Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Let me know. I hope you can hear me. I think my camera is probably in a reasonable spot. Uh, Let me know if I need to move it a little bit. So welcome. Happy stream day. Few announcements to start. Uh, on Sunday is our 100th stream. So believe it or not, I've been doing this for long enough that we've racked up 100 streams. So that's something like 600 hours or something of streaming. So that's awesome. And to celebrate that, we have Tallcat coming. So Tallcat and I will be solving puzzles that people have made in honor of the 100th stream of a variety of sorts. If you have any of those, you've got a little bit of time to submit it over on the zetamath Discord. I don't talk about the zetamath Discord enough, but it's very cool. So it's over as part of Puzzle Plaza, and so that's free. So anyone who wants to, you can hang out in the Discord. People share a bunch of puzzles with each other, talk about testing, talk about setting, talk about random life stuff, whatever cool stuff they happen to be. So if you're interested in all things zetamath, sudoku, and otherwise, I recommend you get on the Discord. There's also a zetamath exclusive Discord for people who donate money to the channel in various forms. And so one thing that you can get there is anytime that there is a vote for what puzzle I'm going to do next stream, and it's super close, like this one, then I ping people in the zetamath exclusive channel and just say, hey, if you want to, you can flex your voting muscles. So my supporters always vote for what puzzle I open stream with. Today they voted for this one. It was a giant tie, but someone went in and kindly broke the tie. So this puzzle with 9 votes by the Cogito is our puzzle of the day. So it was voted for by Chameleon, Ambrose, Woofer, Luda, Josh, Crispy, Russ, Eric, and David. Thank you so much to all of you for your support. So I as always, will dedicate this solve to the people who voted for it. So I suspect it will be fun. I have done at least one Shikaku by the Cogito before, so I suspect that we are in for a good treat with this one. I should also announce that I published a new puzzle on LMD, so those of you who like doing Zeta puzzles, I published a 20 lines puzzle. So the other day during my interview with Memerister, which you should also check out if you have not seen it, I mentioned that I thought that 10 lines had some potential, and so then a lot of people have been talking to me about 10 lines, and so as a result, I have now been, I now set a 20 lines puzzle, and I'm really happy with it, so I recommend you check that out. It's about 3 stars, so it should be somewhat approachable on the lighter end of my puzzles, although my puzzles are maybe on the heavier end on average, so, it balances out to like a 3. Alrighty, I think that's all the relevant announcements. Do remember there's a setting challenge ongoing, so if you've not seen that there's a setting challenge ongoing, there is a setting challenge ongoing. We'll do that after the Stream 100 puzzles, so you can look forward to that. Is there a recommendation for a bet tree for this puzzle? While I figure out what on earth the rules are for this puzzle. So someone can tell me if there's a recommended betting tree. So we have several rules here. So the first is Fillomino. So we have to divide everything into regions, basically. And the regions cannot be the same size as other things they touch. So not Sudoku regions. So they won't be 9 cells. I mean, one of them might be 9 cells. But other than that, let's see, row 9, column 4 is the bet. So you've already got a few options that it can't be. So that's nice. Now, additionally, on the Fillomino, though, this is actually a Shikaku, so actually, we're dividing it into rectangles. Wait, are the ominoes and the rectangles the same? I hope they're the same, and I'm not, no, they're not the same. They're not the same. Okay, so we're also simultaneously going to divide the grid into rectangles. So we have polyominoes on the one hand and rectangles on the other. And it notes that every rectangle contains a circle, and the number in the circle must be equal to the size of the rectangle. Yeah, so this is not a Sudoku puzzle, I have now learned for the first time. So the Sudoku, I think, can be anything, or I think the betting tree could be anything. It might be able to be a 23, I don't know. Okay, So just to be clear, we have, on the one hand, we have polyominoes, and on the other hand, we have rectangles. And the thing about polyominoes is every digit in one of these is going to be the size. So if this was a polyomino of size 6, these would all be 6. Sven thinks it's a Sudoku. Now I've got to find conflict checker. There it is. Thankfully, that one was at the top. Now, the number in the circle has to be the size of the rectangle. So this would not actually work because the rectangle I made has size 6, and this can't be a 6 in this puzzle. But that is how it works. And also each rectangle contains a single circle. So that is also a relevant feature. So the circles and the polyominoes have the same, or the circle indicates that the rectangle and the polyomino that intersect at that circle have the same size. That's really what the circle is saying. Okay. Every cell must be part of exactly one fillomino and exactly one rectangle. Good. Every fillomino must intersect at least 2 rectangles. And every rectangle must intersect at least 2 fillominoes. That is to say, a fillomino may not be wholly within a rectangle or vice versa. Okay. So this sounds like a lot of fun. So we're going to have to figure out how on earth to notate this, which is going to be something else. I think I'm going to try and draw the rectangles on the over the grid and draw the fillominoes in color. So one note is that because every rectangle contains a single circle, I can draw rectangle borders between all of the circles. So I've got that. Ambrose points out a really smart point that I had not immediately noticed, which is that I can't ever have any ominoes of size 1 or rectangles of size 1, because one of size 1 would definitely be entirely contained in the thing one way or the other. So that's not going to work. So I'm looking at this 3, and just to play with the rules, I'm noting that this won't work. So, maybe it will. Sorry, maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong? Is it possible that this works? Because this can't be the rectangle. This would have to be in a rectangle of size 3. The rectangle of size 3. Okay, maybe that will work. I don't know. I think I was wrong. Let's see. Yeah, the rectangle might sort of go in a different way. So this 3... Okay, so here's an observation. The rectangle that this 3 is in, and I don't have like... Oh, I do have these. Okay, I have these. The rectangle that this 3 is in always goes up. In fact, actually, every rectangle in the bottom row has to go up because there's no circles in the bottom row. So we know that all of these are connected in terms of rectangles. Wait, it may not touch a circle? Every rectangle must contain a single circle. Are you telling me that a rectangle might contain no circles? Because that's not what every rectangle must contain a single circle means to me. Yeah, the fillominoes might not contain a circle, but this is the rectangle. These pairs are all in the same rectangle. And the same is true vertically for exactly the same reason. Okay. So I've got all of that, and I suspect that's going to tell me something. So one thing it tells me is that I can extend this border down, because these two aren't in the same thing, but these two are in the same thing, so that extends that border. Likewise, this border gets extended down for the same reason. Again, this is going to be a notational nightmare to try and figure out exactly what's going on, but we'll do our best. So we can do exactly the same move on the top. That's true for the same reason. Oh, and on the top, it's better. So on the top, it's better. Maybe I can do something with the fact that I could do it on the top. Maybe this is actually relevant. So yeah, these columns are quite interesting. Uh, uh, so let's see. Is it possible that this oh, I don't even know that these two are in the same philomino. That is not a thing I know. If this were... So the thing I'm sort of looking at here is if this is a 2, then that says this is in a rectangle of size 2, and also that it's in a philomino of size 2, but they can't be the same. So it would have to look like that, for example. So that would be a rectangle of size 2. This would be a philomino of size 2. That would also be a 2. But I don't think there's anything immediately wrong with this within the rules that I see. So Tallcat wants us to think about the big numbers, but the big numbers are a philomino thing, and the philomino is completely unconstrained. Is my reason why I don't want to think about the big numbers, because the only constraints are on the Shikaku. Like, yeah, this has to be a size. I mean, it's true this 9 wants to go through a circle, and if it goes through a bunch of different circles, that might be a problem. Oh, is the claim that the 9 can't actually go here because I can't make a 9 size rectangle? I guess that's true. So if the 9 philomino did come here, this would now have to be in a 9 size rectangle, which for a funny geometric reason is not possible. Because I can't do 9 by 1 in either direction because it would contain more than one circle, and I can't do 3 by 3 because it would go off the edge of the grid. So actually, Tallcat's point is well taken. The 9 can't go there, and the same might be true of this cell, actually. It can't be 9 by 1 in either dimension. Could this be part of a 3 by 3? And it can't be 3 by 3 either, because that would put 2 circles in it. So the 9 doesn't go down there. Okay, what about this one? Yeah, this one can't be 3 by 3 or 9 by 1 in either direction either. So actually, the 9 comes up. And am I wrong? I don't think I'm wrong. And so we get to do our little digit dance. Woohoo! Zach is not used to dancing for philominoes, but woohoo! Boop boop ba-doo, woohoo! Boop boop ba-doo, woohoo! Ba-doo ba-doo, boop boop ba-doo, woohoo! Ba-ba-da-ba, woohoo! Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Thank you, Zach. Now the 9 definitely can't go here. So this has become... This has become a 2, right? There's no way this can be... Yeah, there's no way this can be part of a size 9 rectangle. So this rectangle is a size 2 rectangle. But I have to be very careful. This can't be the 2 philomino. What? If the 9 goes here, this now has to be a size 9 rectangle. Oh, right. So this is a... Oh, right. Sorry, okay. It's because the borders are different, right? There's a border there, but the border is with the philomino, not with the rectangle. And I just don't have a tool for that, I don't think. I could do that or something, but I don't really like that. So yeah, good point. So the 9 doesn't go up, but that's not really a thing. Well, yeah, I'm going to color the philominoes, but coloring the philomino doesn't let me denote that this is... I mean, I guess I could color this a different color. Is that what people want? let's see. So I think the 9 is, and I have to remember that the 9, wait, all of these walls are not really walls, right? All of these walls that I put in, they're not walls. None of these are walls, I don't think. These are actually walls of rectangles, but walls are supposed to be for rectangles. This is a nightmare. Let's see. So I just have to remember that the 9 can't go here or here. It could maybe go there, but I guess the point is the 9 has to go here. Because the 9 probably can't go in any of these circles. I should triple check. The 9 can't go there. The 9 can't go there. The 9 can't go there. So yeah, so the 9 Fillomino is getting sort of bullied out over to here. Because it can't yet go in any of these places. And this blue... So I don't know that two rectangles of the same size don't touch, right? I don't think I know that. I don't think I know that. So I don't think I know anything about where this blue goes. I know it has to go somewhere. It's been called that 7 is prime. Which is a smart observation. So this 7... Oh, but being prime doesn't matter because it's a rectangle thing. So the 7... So I guess this point is the 7 is going to have a hard time because the 7's going to have to go through a circle now, I guess is the point. The 7 can't avoid touching a circle because there aren't enough spaces for it to go without touching a circle. But the circle it touches, it's then going to have to be a 7 by 1 thing. So the 7, we have to be very careful. So for example, the 7 can never go to this circle. I really don't like notating this. Like the fact that I can't notate that at all bugs me. But the 7 can't go here because there's no 7 by 1 way that this goes. The 7 here I think would be fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The rectangle could certainly do that, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The size 7 rectangle can certainly overlap the size 9 Fillomino. I don't think there's any reason why that can't be. So I think that 7 is fine. Is that the only 7 that's possible? No, it could go up because it could do that instead. I think that's fine. Horizontal where? Because a rectangle can't include two circles. Oh, this circle. Okay, got it. So this circle is definitely the 7, but it could do that, is what people are telling me. Okay, yeah. So I think we know this circle's a 7, because the 7 has to go through a circle, and I think it just can't possibly go through any of the others, which is varying amounts of difficult to see. But that's a 7. Okay, and that 7's connected to this 7, not through these circles, so that's a 7. In order to do that. So this is a polyomino. It can be green. Like that. And I know that these things aren't green, for whatever that's worth. Let's see. So is it the case that I'm supposed to figure out a notation, or is it just that there isn't one? So we have two 8s that are both going to be in similar problems. Which is that this 8 here doesn't really want to take this circle. Because I don't think there's any way to fill 8. This 8 here... Oh, this 8... I don't think this 8 can avoid taking, or can fill an 8-size circle. I don't think this circle can fulfill an 8-size rectangle either. Unless I'm missing something. So I think the 8 Fillomino can't actually take any of these circles, but I'm willing to believe there's a 2x4 rectangle I haven't considered. I'm doing quick scanning. It certainly can't be 8x1 in any of these cases, but I don't think any of them... but let me know if I'm missing one. I don't think any of these can have a 2x4 thing in them. So that means the 8 Fillomino is going to go up. It can be purple. So the 8 definitely can't go there, though. So this is yet another thing, although I now don't know if it's, I don't know if it's blue or not, I don't think. But it's not the 8. So can the 8 take this? I would need to be 2x4 or 1x4. I don't think the 8 can take that circle. I don't think the 8 can take that circle. The 8 definitely can't take that circle. So the 8's got to take one of these 3 circles, I think. Did I check this one? Maybe I didn't check this one. No, I think I did check that one. But are any... Which one of these can it actually... Oh, it can take an 8x1 going horizontally, this one. Okay, so that one can't be part of one. That one can't be part of one either. This one can, but only if it's this. So I think we're going to get a rectangle here, which is going to look like that. And I think it has to look like that, with these both being purple and that being 8 and 8. And so now this is just done. So this is a 2, right? This is a 2. This is now a 4 because every rectangle needs a circle, and there's only one circle here. So this is all part of a rectangle. So now this 2 polyomino has to go this way. It doesn't have a choice. The 2 polyomino has to go this way because if it went that way, it would overlap, and they're not allowed to overlap. Which means that this is also a 2, which means that this is in a rectangle of size 2, but I know these go together. So these get grouped together like that. This 4 has to get out. Because I can't have the 4 overlap completely. So the 4 omino has to get out. By the way, I can get rid of the gray slashes because they're not doing anything anymore in these areas. The 4 here, the omino has to get out. So it has to go at least that far. And it has to go further than that, actually. It has to go actually that far. It has to do exactly that. Because if it doesn't do exactly that, I create an omino of size 1, and I can't create an omino of size 1. So this over here is going to be red, and these are all going to be 4s. Oh, the 8 can go up. Sorry, I'm wrong. The 8 can go up, right? The 8 can go up. So the 4 does still have to get out, though. The 4 can't not get out. So I'm at least good up to there. The problem is that the 8 could come up and take either or both of those cells, and then stuff happens and whatever, who cares? Let's see. So we've got all of that up there. This has become a 2 as well. This 2, I don't think I know which way it goes, as of yet. But it is a 2. This has got to be a 4 as well, because this has got to be in a rectangle, and the only rectangle it can be in is that one. So I can draw in some more rectangle borders. So this is also a 4. Same argument that it has to get out as before, because otherwise it would be stuck in here. No? The 4 was wrong? Oh, no, because this could get up here. Never mind. Sorry, this could be a 2. Right. this could be a 2. And then this could come up here. Never mind. Let's see, Jay wants me to look at row 2, column 4. What about row 2, column 4? Is the point about what happens if this 2 goes left? I don't understand this point. So yeah, row 2, column 4. That's row 2, column 4. I highlighted the row 2, column 4. It's just this is blue, so it looked the same. But this is the cell I was looking at. So I guess one thing I could look at is that, does this have to be a 2? No, not necessarily. This can only be a 2 or a 4, I guess, right? Or a 3. I guess it could be a 3, too. It could be a 3. That's annoying. Okay, so people really want me to look at row 1, column 5 and figure out what's happening with it. So it can't be a 2, so it's got to be more than 2. So this is a more than 2 number. Oh, $100 donation from David Ratner. Early special 100 celebration. Someone special makes the... Yeah. Always everyone who makes this community something special. Thank you so much, David. We are honored and delighted by your continued presence in the community and your generosity. Thank you so much. We can get a slow donation dance from Zach. Thank you so much, David. It means the world to us. That is a lot of herring for Zach, who has revealed that herring is his preference for fish. Thank you so much, David. So I get this now. I right as David was sending that, I was finally understanding this. So the point is, this can't be a 2, so it's more than 2. But as soon as it's more than 2, whatever this is, I would like the new colors now, please, Fen. Thank you. I've been a good Zeta. As soon as this is more than 2, what it means is that rectangularly, it needs to take the fillomino here. No, sorry, I'm saying nonsense again. This is part of an omino that's more than 2. And so it either goes here or it goes around like this. If it goes here, it's a 4. Oh, never mind. The point is way simpler. The point is this is just a 4 because it's a 4. Like, literally, the rectangle is done. Okay, I was making this way more complicated. I mean, it's not my fault. It's Cogito's fault. I'm not the one who's making this complicated. This puzzle is complicated. But the point is this is known to be a 4 if you read through all of the directions. Because, literally, this is size 4. And it's done. Let's see. So now, again, this 4 has to get out somehow, and this 4 can't get out and come over here and touch this 4, because that would break the fillomino. So the 4 fillomino, to be clear, has to get out and come to at least here. So I have a 4, 4, and 4 here by the logic that we used before. This can safely be... Oh, maybe this can't safely be orange. This can be blue. No, it can't be blue at all. Blue is a terrible choice. Why did I think that? Purple can be purple. So now the 2 is forced to go here, which now tells me that this is the rectangle. Oops. Because the rectangle has size 2. So that goes and that goes. So we got... something happening. Oh, I should have made this red. This should be red, because the thing I know is that the 4 is not going to touch the 4. And I could make this orange for the same reason. Okay. So now I have to understand what's happening here. So if this red goes here, no, this could still be a 9. Dang it, it's the same mistake I made before. Oh, no. If this red comes here, this cell becomes a 1, right? I think this logic actually works this time. I think if red comes here to finish, this now is forced to be a 1, and we can't have 1s because of the no insies outsies rule. So I think the 4 can't go there. And likewise, the 4 can't go here because I'd either need 2 1s or a 2, and neither of those works here either. And I can't fill it with the 4 because I'd still create a 1. No matter what I do, if this 4 goes into either of these, I'm screwed. So the 4 actually takes that cell and is done. So this is now all part of one fillomino because it can't have size 1, and once it can't have size 1, it also can't have size 2 because it touches a 2. So all of this is one fillomino. It can be blue. And this fillomino can't be entirely contained in this rectangle. Which means that because I know all of these cells are in this rectangle, this fillomino has to somehow, it can't be 4 either is a good point. But this fillomino is going to have to make it into column 2. Because if this fillomino doesn't make it into column 2, either the rectangle is going to wholly contain the omino, or the omino is going to wholly contain the rectangle. So it can't be 4. Oh, right. Blue could go to row 3, column 2. That's right. Right. Never mind. Does this have to be a 3 now? I think this has to be 3 now, right? I think this just has to be a triomino, because otherwise what am I going to do with these 3 cells? I can't use any monominoes. I can't use any dominoes. So yeah, the philomenoologically, this just has to be a 3. Oh no, because it could be fucking 9. Yeah. Dang 9. Let's see. Right, because the 9 actually, I can actually think about it the other way. The 9 actually needs more cells. Because how many cells is the 9 getting outside of there? I think we know the 9 can't take any of these circles. But the 9 could take those 3. I think we proved, correct me if I'm wrong, the 9 can't take any of these circles. So the 9 needs to take at least 2 cells up here. And so the 9 always needs to take these, is the point. So we've got that. Good point from Tall Cat. This 7 rectangle now can't go vertical anymore because there's only 6 cells for it. So it has to go horizontal, and so it has to have exactly that shape. Let's see. I see your point, Rockrat. I have to read it. There's lots going on. My brain can only handle so much. Sorry. Let's see. Rockrat says needs row 1, 2, column 5. Yeah, that's the... we got that part. This is going to be one of those puzzles that I'm not going to be able to say I liked until, like, I've had 2 days to forgive the setter for it. And then I'll be able to say I liked it. It's very clever. but I will need time. Let's see. Okay, so this cell's either a 4 or a 9. Maybe I should look at the 8, actually, because this... Oh, no, the 8 can just come down here. The 8 has all the room in the world. Actually, the 7 is going to get... Oh, well, the 7... No, the 7 can come down here, so the 7 actually could do something like that, and that doesn't matter at all. Okay, Garion has a point that I believe, which is that the 8 has to take this cell. Because even if it takes all of these, that's only 7. So the 8 definitely has to come here. I agree with that. There's not enough cells for it not to. Let's see, Kurbon says this has to be a 5. Okay, I'm trying to understand why it can't be a 6. I understand it can't be a 7, and it can't be a 4, and it can't be a 3. So, there's got to be 5 or 6. KNT says it can be a 6. I can pencil mark that I know it's a 5 or a 6. Let's see. Do I know this rectangle's done? I feel like I screwed this up before. No, I don't know this rectangle's done. What I know is that this is a 2 or a 4. Oh, but it can't be a 4. Okay, so this is something I should have seen at the very beginning of the puzzle if I understood what was going on. This can't be a 4, I don't think. Because I think if this is a 4, then these two 4s need to become part of the same fillomino. And how's that going to work? Oh, because it could come here. It could be a Z, can't it? I think it can be a Z. Dang it, that's horrible. It was going to be so pretty, because I thought this 4 was going to mean that I was ruled out of that. Let's see. So I probably should be just mark candidates in all the circles. It's not very interesting, but I think I probably should. Like, this can't be bigger than... it can't be bigger than 4, certainly. Just by looking at ways that I could draw this rectangle, because it has a rectangle border above it. And it can't be a 1, so this can only be a 2 or a 3. Actually, how can it be a 3? Oh, it could be a 3 if it looks like that. Okay, so I think this is only a 2 or a 3, and I think probably the same is true of this one. Oh, or 4? Why did I rule out 4? I originally liked 4. But then I didn't like 4 for some reason. And I think the exact same thing is true of this one. I think this one's 2, 3, or 4. This one I think has a little bit more optionality, because it could be... I don't know. Kajito wants me to draw borders in column 1, but I looked at that and I don't see any borders in column 1 that I know how to draw. Let's see. Let's see. This is 2 or 8, if I wanted to pencil mark it. It's not 4. So one of these two is 4, for whatever it's worth. Oh, if this was a 2, it would be wholly consumed within this, and it's not allowed to be. That's good. Okay. So this is not a 2, and it's not a 4, because if it was a 4, it would create a 1. So I think, therefore, this can only be the 8. Okay, I buy that. Now this can't be a 1, so it has to be the... Oh, it's a 4 or an 8. It can still be the 8. So this, I think, is a 4 or 8. Yeah, the 2 can't be entirely consumed within the rectangle is important. Oh, okay. So the thing that the Cogito wants me to do is draw in a gray line here, because I know that this rectangle is 1 wide, and so it's at least 5 high. So I can draw a giant gray line in here, and as soon as I draw this gray line here, I get to draw a black line here because I know it's the border of this rectangle. So that just puts some borders there. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how my blue omino is going to avoid overlapping this rectangle. Because of this cell now being quite restricted. So I think now if I go to fill in candidates in this cell, I think it only has... Actually, is it only 2? I think this is only a 2. I don't think it even has 3 cells that it could get to. Oh, could it be 3 vertically? I think it could be 3 vertically, maybe. But it's a 2 or a 3 is the point. So in particular, it's not that. Let's see. Canty says row 3, column 2 is blue because it can't extend to row 5, column 2. So if blue did that, and then the rectangle did that, something is wrong? Oh, it makes a 2 touch a 2? Ah, right, okay. So this this hypothetical 6-size fillomino, this is KNT's point, can't do this, because it would push this omino, which would now be a 2. It would push it up, and then it would touch a 2. That's disgusting. So the point is, that always pushes blue here. Because if blue doesn't go here, it's going to force the entirety of the blue to overlap the rectangle or vice versa. So that's now blue. And in fact, actually, we know blue has to come out here as well, no matter what, because blue doesn't have any growth opportunities over here. And so now the 9, I am being told, is forced. 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, I think those are the only cells the 9 can take. So these all become 9s. So that is force the 4 over here to do that. Okay. Interestingly, this 2 or 3 fillomino, it always goes down, because if it goes up, that makes it a 3, which then makes it go down always anyway. So these 2 are always together in a fillomino. Interestingly. Let's see. I am being told the 8 I can look at now. Let's see. The 8. I think we agreed the 8 couldn't take this circle for 5, 6. So that's going to become an 8. And 8 can't take this cell because it would create a 1-cell amino, and I can't have a 1-cell amino, so the 8 actually finishes down here. So that is what the 8 does. The 7's always going to spill over onto this, isn't it? I think we already proved the 7 can't spill over into these circles. The 7 can't finish there. So I think this has been true for a long time. I think the 7's always going to take these two. Because these two are connected. That's right, they're not connected. Never mind. They're only rectangle connected. They're not polyomino connected. Still true that the 7 has to take here, but it's not true that it takes both of them because the connection is for the rectangle, not for the fillomino. Mario has an excellent point, which is that if this is 3, I have a big problem. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I could just squeeze it over like that, make that the 3, and then this 3 can escape some other direction. It would be tight, but it's possible. Let's see. Well, I know that this is 1 high. It's not an 8. So this is at most 6, this cell. That's not a huge restriction. Oh, I think Mario wants us to look at the case where this is 3 a bit more carefully. Because if this is 3, it goes down like that, and it can't touch the other 3, because then that would be more than 3. So that would come across and be 3 like that, and now this 3 would be forced. I guess it's not quite forced, unfortunately. Jay says this can't be 3 for some reason. Probably polyominoologically. Yeah, phenomenologically, there's going to be a problem if this is a 3, because if this is a 3, it's going to be forced to do either that or that, and either way, it creates a philomino problem. So that's not a 3. Is the same problem going to happen with this being a 3 and that 3? Because if this is a 3 now, it has to look exactly like that. I'm going to guess I can't put 2 3 circles next to each other like that. I don't think I can, because if this is a 3, it has to be... Wait, can this even be a 3 rectangularly? Oh, yeah, if this is a 3 rectangularly, it goes horizontally. Oh, but then this could be a 3 going horizontally like that, maybe? That doesn't seem like it works, actually. Oh, but this could be a 3 going horizontally like that, maybe? Maybe I could have 2 3 rectangles like that. That seems plausible, unfortunately. I mean, I could just start coloring whatever this amino is. I don't know what it is, but it's something. It needs to come out because it can't be a 1. And it's sort of wedged there. Let's see. Garion says if this is a 4, we have a problem. If this is a 4, where do the 4s go? They go in those 4 cells. But we can't fill all 4 of these with 4s. Because so there was only 1 4 that worked for this one, which was that. So if this is 4, now I have to make this a 4, which could maybe work like that. But now this being a 4 is doomed. Yeah, so I think you could fill any 2 of these with a 4, but I don't think you can fill all 3 of them with 4s. Not a huge fan of that, but it works. Let's see. So we can go ahead and make this orange. So this is a 2. So there needs to be so now the nice thing that does is it immediately gives us a rectangle border, which I do really like, because if there's not a rectangle border here, then the 2 is entirely contained in a rectangle. And so the fact that that's a rectangle border is pretty interesting. I mean, I guess it's going to be a rectangle border taking one of these 2 9s. I don't know which one yet. Hey, Chameleon, welcome. Let's see. Ranks thinks these can't be double 3. The 3 couldn't go there, so the 3 would have to go over here. And now this 3, right? This cell getting stranded now is the point. If this is a 3, now this cell has no value, because this cell can't be a 3, and it can't be anything else either, because it's got to escape through a 3 or through a 9, and it can't do that. So this is a 2, and that's a 2. So this is in a 2-size rectangle that has to look like this exactly, because I need a border through that. That's my favorite deduction of this puzzle so far, is that if you have a 2-size fillomino, you always have to have a rectangle cutting through it. I really like that. So now whatever this is, it becomes a 3. Because it can't be a 2 and it can't be a 9. So this is now going to be a 3, and it's going to be part of this as its friend. Can make it blue, I guess. Okay, so this is part of a size 3 rectangle. Oh, this cell... I think this cell can only be part of this 3. I don't think this 2 has a circle it sees. I think the only circle that this 2 can possibly get is that one. So I think that's forced. Oh, sorry. Except I did it wrong. Oops. Except that this 2 being part of this actually makes it look like that, not like I originally drew it. This 2 is forced up there. Yeah, there's a hidden rule that there are no size 1 fillominoes, which is very authentic to pencil puzzle genres, to have sort of secret rules that have to be deduced or memorized. So now this cell has to be a huge number because it can't be 1, 2, or 3. And so it's either 7 or 8. Wait, how could this be 7 or 8? It can't be 7 or 8. It can be 3, is the point. It has to be 3. There's no way this is going to be 7 or 8. Neither of those are going to fit ever. So this does have to be the 3. Got it. Okay. So that's a 3. Let's see. So now chat wants to know what rectangle size this is, and it now only has the option of being 2 or 3. It can't be 4 anymore. And if it's 3, it has to go vertically. Or sorry, if it's 3, it has to go to horizontally. Oh, no, that would take a second circle. I'm even highlighting a circle as I do it. That does not work. So this has to be a 2, because I can't take 2 circles. Somehow I saw I couldn't take this circle, but didn't see I couldn't take that circle. So this is always a 2. Let's see. This is at least a 2. It could be a 3, or it even could maybe be a 6. Yeah, okay, good point. The fillomino goes down now because the fillomino doesn't have any other places it could go. So the rectangle needs to go the other way because it needs to cut through it. Like that. I tried to draw it the wrong way, but I eventually got it. So is there some problem with this being 2, or it has to be 2, or something like that? One of those, maybe. Maybe I don't know. Don't think I actually know. But maybe I do. Who knows? I mean, I do continue to know that this is 2 or 4, right? I think those are the only ones. It looks to me like this has a lot of options to it. In terms of what it could be rectangular-wise. Yeah, I did briefly notice that this is number 2. I'm surprised you felt the world needed a second one. Let's see. Where is... The first one was small. Was the first one smaller than 9x9? I mean, how often have I made a second of anything? I usually stop at either 1 or 2 of something. First is little. Okay, that makes sense. I probably should have done the 6x6 first. That would have been wise. I don't know. I think someone recommended this, and I just threw it in the bucket without really processing that it was number 2. Okay, FGM believes this is more restricted than I think. Okay, so... Oh, it's because of the phillomino thing. So the point is, this, whatever this is phenomenologically, it has to be a 2, 3, 6, or 7. So this is automatically, just from the phillomino, it is a 2, 3, 6, or 7. But it can't be a 2 because this 2 phillomino's done. So it's now 3, 6, or 7. 7 seems ludicrous, so it's not a 7. So this is a 3 or a 6. I think those are the only options. Actually, 6 isn't possible because it would take this circle, wouldn't it? I think if this was a 6, I think it would have to take the circle, and then it can't be that. So I think this has to be a 3, actually. These two go like this. So the 3... So both of these are part of a 3 rectangle, for whatever that's worth. It can't go vertically, so it has to go horizontally, but it could go that way or that way. It can't go that way. So I can draw in the above part, though. And so because of that is the point that this 7 now can only go one place. I think the point is that this 7 can now only go in one rectangle. Because there's no other circle that it can grab. So it's going to do this. So now the 7 at least needs to come here. So this has now become a 3 or a 4. And this being a 3 or a 4 forces this to be a 3 or a 4, I think. Yeah, I think my orange here was a poor color choice because this is the same color as that. So I can't make it orange. Let's make it another yellow, let's say. So this is 3 or 4, that's 3 or 4. This is also 3 or 4 while we're at it. Garion is looking at row 6, column 2. So this can only go with that circle. So that forces this 3 rectangle. So Garion's point is this cell can only get grabbed by this 3 rectangle. And so now this one goes over here. This one's now completed. Yes, if this is 4, then I need to make this rectangle look like this. And then I can't make this be a 4 size rectangle. So this has got to be a 3 and a 3 and a 3. So that finishes this. It's good for me to bend my brain this way. I mean, the puzzle that this most reminds me of is the... oh, no, I drew in the walls in the bad place. No, they're still 3s, but I did the wrong thing. The thing this puzzle most... Uh-oh, it's just broken. No, sorry. This 3 goes there. It's that 3, and then that 3 is the point. The thing this puzzle most reminds me of is Codex sandwich puzzle that I did this year. That was very memorable. But also made my brain feel like it was exploding. Let's see. Okay, so got a 6 that's got to go somewhere. This is still a 3. That part was right. That was like the only thing I did that was right. Was that. So these are now together. So this is at least a 4. So this is only a 4. Actually, this is only 4 or 6. Those are the only options for this, because this rectangle either takes those or takes all of these. Okay, so the 6 needs to take a circle. I think it could take that circle or that circle. But it definitely needs to take a circle, and the 6 is never taking this circle, I don't believe. But the 6 needs to take a circle to finish it. But I think 2 circles work. So I guess the point is I need to note that this is a 2 or a 4. I think that's important to note just rectangularly. So if this is a 4, that's a 4, which would work out very nice from Fillomino-wise. Actually, this 3 now actually always takes this cell. So this cell's always part of the that because it doesn't have a way to finish otherwise. So that's interesting. Because neither of these can be 3 anymore. Kurobon believes this has to be a 6. Others in chat believe this has to be a 6. I think they could both be 6. I think it's okay if they're both 6, as far as I can tell. I don't think there's anything wrong with both of them being 6. If the 3 takes this, then this has to be a 2 now. And this has to be a 6. I believe. This 8 is kind of interesting because 8 is very big. And so the 8 is, if the 8's not going to take any circles, then the 8 can only get to 6 cells. The 8 could never take this circle. The 8 can never take this circle. Unfortunately, the 8 could take this circle, which ruins all of my plans to make certain cells into 8s. Well, 8 could go down, but I was trying to prove, Ambrose, that 8 had to go down. That was my hope, but unfortunately, I don't think I proved that 8 has to go down. But I was hoping to prove that 8 had to go down as part of a fantasy that I might resolve something to do with the 6s. But I fear that fantasy is not quite going to come to pass. Do I need to mark candidates for what this can be? So I guess I know this circle always takes that cell. No, I don't. Never mind. I don't know that. This circle, that might be part of that cell. Canty says this has to be a 6. If this is not a 6, then my 6 is going to be at most 5 cells in size. Okay. I agree that 6 can't finish if this isn't a 6, so I will agree with Canty with that. This is like as much Canty's wheelhouse as a puzzle can be, I feel like, so I am not surprised. That forces the 3 down, so this becomes a 3. The 3 Fillomino is done. Okay, so unfortunately this could be 2 and 8, as far as I can tell, in terms of rectangles. So the question is, can this be anything but 6? I don't think, because if this is not 6, I already know it's not 3. It's not 8. It's going to have to be 2 or, maybe it could be 4. 4 seems obnoxious, but I guess it could very well be 4, because all of these could be 4. And all of these being 4 is perfectly fine, because I could make that a 4 and this a 4. It just looks like there's 2 ways to resolve this lower left constellation, so I'm not sure I can get any value out of the lower left constellation. The 8 doesn't go anywhere. The 8 is done. That version the 4 was done. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I see the tall cat point. A very tall catty of you. If I do make that the 4, then now this has become de facto a 3, which has put the 3 inside of a 4. That's like 6 steps ahead, but it is true. But I don't think it proves anything, because all I was seeing was sort of like that future. But that future does break, because this cell becomes a 3, and I have a triomino living inside a square, which I cannot do. But I don't think it proves anything. I don't think it proves these can't both be 4, does it? Let's see. Actually, maybe it does. If I'm willing to tack one more step on, I think I can prove these can't both be 4. Because if these are both 4 now, where is my 4 going? Because if these are both 4, we've said it can't go up there. So what is going here? Well, now these are 2s, and now my 4 does that, and now my 6 is broken. Okay, so I think you have to be willing to add 2 steps of look ahead further, but these can't both be 4. And I think if they can't both be 4, neither of them can be 4, because if either is 4, it forces the other to be 4. And so I think the point is that because of the thing that's forced in the universe where these are both 4s, that universe just doesn't work. And so I think this is really a visualization exercise, which is something I need to get better at in pencil puzzles, because there's a lot of like visualize what this specific universe would look like, because pencil puzzles are a lot more forced than Sudoku. And so I'm not very good at it, but I think I can now convince myself neither of these can be a 4, thanks to Tallcat. So I believe that phenomenally this looks like this. The 2 has to do that and be that now. This 6 has to connect to that 6. Well, I think the point is pencil puzzles use a lot of what would be considered bifurcation, but it's the argument that neither of them is 4 is that if either of them is 4, it makes the other 4. There's no way geometrically, if this was 4, it forces this to be 4, and if this was 4, it forces that to be 4. So not both 4 did imply both not 4. But that was sort of a weird thing. But I would say that the reason why it's bifurcation in Sudoku and not in pencil puzzles is because of the fact that there's a lot less geometry floating around. The 2 can't go right because it would be entirely contained. Oh, never mind. Sorry. I, in my mind, didn't finish the rectangles now. It looks like that because that's a 6. I somehow labeled that a 6 and was still visualizing the 4 and 4 version. Okay, so the 2 could go there, but the 6 does have to go here. It's not a different 6. And now the 6 has to go here. Because I can't put a 1. And so it's just a question of, does the 6 also go here or not? And then it's a question of, does the 3 go there or not? Right, this is a 2-6 pair, because the 2 takes one of these 2 cells, and the 6 takes the other. That's hilarious. So this is a 2-6 pair. And I guess the point is that makes this a new phillomino. Philomino. This is definitely a new phillomino, because whether this is a 2 or a 6... Oh, no, it's not a new phillomino. It's the end of the 3. Because the 3 needs to finish. So that's a 3. Okay. This is the new phillomino. Although the new phillomino could be the 7. Probably is the 7, actually, if I were to take a wild guess. But who knows? Let's see. I think the struggle for pencil puzzles is that look-ahead logic, at least for a lot of people, is not very fun. And so I know there are lots of people, like KNT is a huge defender of look-ahead logic, so I know that for lots of people it is fun. It is very difficult to come up with logic in pencil puzzles that is not fundamentally look-ahead logic. I think a lot of genres really lend themselves to it. I think it's difficult in a lot of pencil puzzle genres. And that's the art of finding pencil puzzles. Like, I think making really good pencil puzzles is fundamentally harder than making good Sudokus. Which is, I think, why there are fewer of them. Okay. So it is worth pointing out that these together are 2 rectangles, and those 2 rectangles have total area of 10. So these 2 circles have to add to 10. And so, therefore, this is either a 4 or an 8. Which was Ambrose's point, although I think Ambrose looked at it a little bit differently than I did, but same. I convinced myself that I agreed with Ambrose. Okay, no, Ambrose did the same thing. Okay. So those two sum to that. Okay, there's more sum stuff going on over here, because these three circles, and I think this is what Ranks told me a long time ago, is that these three circles have a sum of 11. I wish I had said an 11 lines puzzle recently. I might know something about sums to 11 that might be useful. Let's see. Yeah, to KNT's point, I think that like a lot of people are different skills of look ahead, and I think look ahead is a good skill to develop if you want to do more pencil puzzles. But look ahead isn't the fun part of the pencil puzzle. Look ahead is the part you do to get to the fun part of the pencil puzzle. At least for me. So the claim is none of these can be 8, because if three numbers, so I didn't do anything about sums to 11 recently, but Ranks is telling me, and I don't have my killer calculator to verify this, that three numbers that sum to 11, if one of them is 5 or 6, none of them can be 8. That is Ranks' claim. So that means that this 8 here can't take any of these circles. Does that tell me anything? I think there's also the problem that usually when you're learning something, the look ahead is the easy argument to find, and the elegant argument is the one that's hard to find. And so when you're doing something new, like, for example, this puzzle, at least new to me, then it's easy to end up doing lots of things by look ahead that if you understood what you were doing, you would do in a way that's not by look ahead. So that is, I think, part of the whole thing with learning new things, pencil puzzle wise and whatnot. Boy, I would so love for every day for Simon to do a Jesper Magnus puzzle, and then me to watch it and learn how Simon thinks about these things and do a better job at finding the elegant ways to do these. Okay. J. Dyer has a point. 8 has to take row 8, column 3 circle, says J. Dyer. If it doesn't, 8 is forced and grabs and kills the 7. Okay, so we're fantasizing the 8 doesn't take this. If the 8 doesn't take this, then the 8 takes these. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then the 8 takes those. So this is Jay's point. If we hypothesize the 8 doesn't take this, the 8 takes these. And now the 7 isn't size 7. It doesn't have 7 cells. So that tells us that this has to be an 8, because in the universe where we don't take an 8, this breaks. So this is a 4. No, sorry, this is an 8. Sorry, no, this is an 8. That's what I expected. It's like, so this is a 4, which is not what I expected. But no, the thing we just proved is this is an 8, which lets us fill in 2 more rectangles. Yeah, so I guess a different way to phrase what I just said is, there's a separate skill to learn to be able to do the puzzles and be able to learn to enjoy the puzzles. And it's possible to be able to do them without being able to enjoy them, because you are still sort of like thinking about things in look aheads instead of the other way. But it just takes a bit to sort of get used to it. Or like a lot of the deductions in Heiawake, for example, which is something that I have done a number of so that I can enjoy them. A lot of it is sort of like learning all of these specific constellations. And then once you've internalized the various constellations, then a lot of it sort of clicks and it starts to feel more like, oh, this would mean this would mean this. And it feels a little less look-aheady because you sort of internalized more. You have more muscle memory for things. which is just a very cool part of all of this. Okay, so we've got all of that down there. These two numbers are either like a 3 and a 2, or a 4 and a 2, or something, I guess. Maybe I still don't know anything about what's going on over there. That's possible. Can I say something about like the 7 having to take this cell? I would really like to say the 7 has to take this cell. I think I can say the 7 has to take one of these two cells. If the 7 doesn't take one of these two cells, then we get that. Well, I can't wait to see the Kickstarter page. It's gonna be so cool for Cracking the Cryptic second book. I am excited about it. Like it was somehow the Kickstarter of volume 1 of the first book that I sort of stumbled across, because I had been playing the Cracking the Cryptic Sandwich Sudoku app, but then the app advertised the Kickstarter, and then the Kickstarter was like, hey, did you know these people made videos? And then I was like, I very much did not know that these people made videos, and then I watched the videos, and then the rest is history. The 7 needs to take one of these two or it breaks. So if the 7 needs to take one of these two, does that tell me the 7 definitely takes one of them? I don't think so, unfortunately. I unfortunately can envision... No! Okay, no. It does. So the 7 actually, because the 7 has to take one of these, it actually does have to take this one. Because if it doesn't, and this is a rule I keep forgetting, I would create a domino that's entirely inside a rectangle, and I can't have a domino entirely inside a rectangle. So this is always a 7, which now makes that always a 7. So now the 7 only gets to have one more friend. And so the one more 7, oh, let's see. Okay, so Ranksk has counted. So Ranksk has counted that there are 36 36 cells of uncompleted fillominoes. So that's including the 7s, I'm going to guess. And so that total is going to be 7 plus 8 is 15, plus 4 is 19. 4 is 19, and then plus 5 or 6. So if it were plus 6, then that would be 25, and I would need a monomino, and I can't have a monomino. So therefore, there's an unclude 2, but that only works if this is a 5 and not a 6, because if this is a 6, I have an unclude monomino. That is very elegant. So this is a 5, so I'll write a 2 in it. So we can fill in all of that, which then makes that rectangle do that. I suspect I know where my unclude domino is, don't I? Oh, no, maybe this could be the unclude domino. I might not know. So one of these is a 7. The other better be an 8. I can respect that, Cogito. I actually like that logic. If someone wants to expand on it, may God help them. Yeah, that sounds very very fair. Okay. So I'm almost done, but not quite. The 8 certainly doesn't take that cell. Even if the 8 takes all of these cells, which it can't even, the 8's always taking this cell. So I can at least extend the 8 to there, and at least give the 8 a color. It's been disrespectful that the 8 has not gotten a color yet. The 7 needs to take one of these, so actually the 8 only gets 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the 8 actually still needs 2 more, so these are always 8. I believe. Okay, so Oh, excellent. Okay, Mario has a very elegant way to put it. This cell has to be an 8, because what else is it going to be? Because we know that there's an unclued domino, but this cell can't be part of the unclued domino. It can't be part of the pentomino. It can't be part of the quadromino. So this has to be part of the octomino. So these are both 8. That's a beautiful spot, Mario. So these are 8 and 8. What is the Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster or whatever? Is that the name of the drink from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? That they describe what drinking one does to your brain? I feel like this puzzle is kind of like that to me. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, quadromino is not one of the ones you hear about. For whatever reason, size 4 ominoes are almost never discussed. Oh, well, that one can't be the 8. I guess. Oh, so now I guess I now know that this... Yeah, I guess I know these are a 2-4 pair. There was something weird with this 4 very early on that I was trying to think about, but I couldn't quite get there. I know one of these two is the 7. The 8 still needs one more cell, but I don't think I know which one it is. Okay, got it. Okay. Thank you, Afraid Not. Afraid Not points out if this is a 4, this rectangle looks like this, and this is a domino. But the domino would be in a rectangle unless I made the 2 go that way. But if I make the 2 go that way, I have all kinds of problems. So the domino gets broken if I make this a 4. So I have to make that the 2 and that the 4, which makes that a 2, making these officially orange. And letting me finish my rectangles. And now my quadrominomino needs to come over here. Like that. It has no choices, so that's a 4 and a 4. And now my octomino... oh, I'm missing part of the outer border. Thank you. That would be a disaster. I'd have to go back and restart the puzzle. Now my octomino needs to finish here. And so, therefore, the bedding tree, a beautifully, beautifully chosen bedding tree. This might be like the best chosen bedding tree ever, because I didn't even have to think about avoiding this. It literally could not have done it any other way, is a septomino. So, congratulations from Zach and I to anyone who bet 7. Very well done. You were right on the coloring. Yeah, the tree always ends up green. I mean, not all the time, but whatever. I mean, I do this to bend my brain. Sometimes I end up bending it more than others. This one definitely created more bending than usual. Did you guess green 7? Or did you... But you already did the puzzle. I don't know how much reward you can get for guessing green 7 if you've already done the puzzle. It's unclear, because, I mean, you already knew it was going to be a green 7 before I started. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll be back. I will say, actually, looking at the time, I'm shocked that was 90 minutes. It definitely felt like way less than 90 minutes. So that is a definite testament to how engaging this puzzle was, even if slightly traumatic. But anyway, I'm going to go pull up another puzzle, take a quick break, and I'll be right back. See you all shortly. Alrighty, welcome back. We have a Derektionary thermo puzzle. Those are always special. I feel like actually Derektionaries maybe sort of moved on from thermos a little bit, because it used to be that Derektionary puzzles were all like cool things with thermos, but now often they're cool things with look and say cages. But here we have a thermo ambiguity-esque variant. So these are normal thermos, meaning that we have to increase as we go along. So we could do 1, 2, 5, 8, 9, 10.5 or whatever. But every thermometer has a bonus property. And so the bonus properties are that it only contains digits from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, only contains digits from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, only contains evens, or only contains odds. And so we have to determine for all the thermos which thermo it is. Okay, so the length 4 ones, I am noting, do not only... Sorry, the length 5 ones. I feel like we've got to start with these. They don't only contain even numbers, for sure. Is it possible that if one of them is... So... They can't both be... Oh yeah, does anyone know a good betting tree? Otherwise I'll make one. I see what I'm supposed to do now. God, I love Celebrity Jeopardy. It's so good. Let's try row 1, column 1. So what are these? So we know they're not even. So 3 is right out. I can't do... Sorry, maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong? There's 2 of them I can't do in combination, right? I can't do... Maybe annoyingly, I can do any pair of the other ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I can't do low and odd. Low and odd doesn't work, because if I try and do low and odd, I'll end up like that and that, which actually has 2 problems if you look at it closely. So I can't do low and odd. And so by 2 truths and a lie logic, since I can't do 3 at all, and I can't do low and odd, therefore one of these is definitely high. And if one of these is definitely high, that means one of these is a 5, one of these is a 6, one of these is a 7, one of these is an 8, and one of these is a 9. And that gets us a digit, because where is 9 in box 5? And so now, 9 in box 5 has to go here. And so therefore, we can come in and do our little 9 dance, which actually was our dance in the other one. Boop, boop, ba-doop, wah-ha! Ba-ba-ba-da, wah-ha! Ba-ba-ba-da, woohoo! Ba-da-ba-da, woohoo! Woo! Thank you, Zach, for that beautiful celebration of 9s. We are grateful to all of the 9s in our world. Yeah, sure. It could have been a 9 before that, but I got to use my corner marked 9s, and that was cool. This also has to be the 1, because you can't put a 1 partially along a thermo. And the only side, since we took off the tip of the thermo, the only cells we have available are partially along. So once we have this 9, we get the 1 as well. So actually we can like chase some 1s around, because now the ones are over here. Here we've got a little bit more flexibility because the 1 could sneak there. So now I look at what this thermo is allowed to be. And so, yes, there was the way to prove that row 4, column 9, or row 5, column 4 wasn't a 9, is that we knew one of these 2 was 9. We had corner marked across boxes in those cells, ruling 9 out of the bulb of this thermo. So what is this thermo's special property? Is it only odds? It could be, in which case this would be a 3 or a 5. It can't be only highs. It's not only evens, and sorry, it could be only odds. That's the only thing it can be. Right. Right, there's nothing else this can be other than only odds. And I know there's a 7 in the box already, so this can only be a 3 or a 5. But once this is a 3 or a 5, I now know neither of these can be odds, because oh, sorry, no, that's not true. The 3 would end up, if these were odds, this would just be a 5. Okay. So one of these I know, just to repeat what I know, one of these I know is not enough odds in the box. Oh yeah, there's not enough odds in the box. Good point. There are not enough odds in the box. So neither of these is all odd. So we've ruled out all even and all odd. We know one is high, therefore one is low. And so we can just write in the candidates for these. Okay, thank you, Tristan. 1, 5... 2, 6, 3, 7, 4, 8, 5, 9. I don't know how this didn't get a 4, 8. I can therefore write in that this is a 5, and I can clear out corner marks one by one. Woohoo. Okay, and so now we can write in these digits, and this might be insightful. It might not, but I have hope. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Well, this is never a 2 because it's on the tip of a thermo. If it was 3, it would have to be an only low digits kind of thermo, which is maybe possible. I don't think this can be a 6, actually. Oh, no, it could be a 6 if it was all evens, in which case it would go 2, 4, 6. And if it were 7, it could be, say, all odds. Oh, it can't be all odds. There aren't enough odds. I don't think this can be a... Oh, it could be... Actually, I don't think this can be a 7 at all. Because if it's a 7, it's not all even. It can't be all odd, because there's only 2 odds left in the column, and they're 1 and 9. So this can't be a 1-9 pair. So it couldn't be all odds, all evens, all lows, or all highs. Because I can't make this a 5-6 pair. So this is never a 7. So either this is a 1-2 pair, or a 2-4 pair, right? The only option if this is a 6 is that if this is all evens, I think. So I think the only options here are 1-2 and 2-4. Very weird. Agree with Bremster's assessment that this is weird. But what are you going to do? So, yeah, and it always uses a 2. So I guess that's key, because it means that's not a 2, which now bounces and puts a 2 over down here. So what is this going to be if this is a 1? Because I can't be only low digits. I don't have enough low digits to be. So if this is a 1, this can't be all low digits. It can't be all odd digits. It can't be all high digits. So this just doesn't work. That can't be the 1. This has to be the 1. So now, what can this be? Let's see. So if this is all low digits, what are my options? My options would be to put 3, 4, 5 down here. That seems okay. Odd digits, unfortunately, I have some options. It's certainly not even. It's not high. So these are either both odd or both low. Garion has a gorgeous question, which is that one of the thermos in this column has an 8 on it. It's definitely not this one, because there's nothing that could have a 1 and 8 on it. So there is an 8 on this thermo, but what kind of thermo can have an 8 on it? And the answer is it can only be all high, because there aren't enough evens left for it to be all evens. So it's got to be all high. But if I look at my high, what high digits do I have left? And the answer is 578. So Garian's comment just lets me write in 578, which then lets me write in 98765, which then lets me write in 12345. That is very cool, and very well spotted to Garian, by the way. That was a sweet spot. So this is a 1 or a 4. That means I know exactly the triple of digits that live on this thermo. They are 6. Oh, and I guess I don't even have to think about it, because they are 6, 8, and 9, so they're all high, but they just have to do that. So we get that. There's no 3 over there, so those are 2 and 7. So I can just use thermo logic to fill in these 2 digits if I'm careful. 3 and 4 go in there. So we've got all of that filled in. There was a lot of surprise happening there. I'll be honest. Let's see. 1 in this box, I am noticing has been pushed into this row. So now 1 in this box is in one of those 2 cells. We might be setting up for a Jovi wing over here or something. 1 in this box is over here. Are there anywhere where 9 is in a nice restricted place that I'm not seeing? 9s don't look super nicely. The 9s don't look politely arranged in a way to be useful. Okay, so maybe I should ask about what this is. I guess this could be odd or high or even, so maybe that's not so useful. Oh, Andrewsarchus has a smart point, which is that each thermo has exactly 1. I had not appreciated that. So this can't be all even, because it would be 6, 8, which would be all high. So this is not all even. It's not all low. So this is either all high or all odd. Oh, but it can't be all odd either, because if it's all odd, then it's all high as well. So actually, this just has to be all high and has to have an even and an odd on it. So as powerful as that is, I don't think it tells me anything at all. It tells me that these are all high and there's 1 even and 1 odd on it. Which is very cool, but I if I'm not mistaken, does not let me pencil mark a single thing. Even though it's very cool. And I suspect will be useful at some point. Let's see. This thermo doesn't have a 5 on it. I guess there's some amount of thinking about what is the highest digit on various sorts of lines. So the highest digit on a length 4 thermo with only low digits would be 5, because I don't have a 1 here. So this could maybe be 5 if this were 1, 2, 3 exactly. Oh, it can't be 1, 2, 3 exactly, because there's not a 4. So this can't be 5. It can't be only lows. There aren't enough lows because of the pencil-marked 1s and the 4. If this is only high digits, the top digit would have to be 8 or 9, but it can't be an 8, so it would be a 9. If it contains only even digits, it would be an 8, and it can't be. And if it contains only odd digits, then the top is 7 or 9. But it could only be 7 if there was a 1 in the bulb and there's not. So this is actually always a 9, just by thinking about what the highest digit on a length 4 thermo can be if the length 4 thermo is one of these flavors. So that's very cool. I like that. So one of these is a 9. I would not have thought about that immediately for sure. Let's see. So the only way this is all odd is if it's 3, 5, 7 exactly, interestingly. Not that I see anything wrong with it being 3, 5, 7, but there you go. Oh, there's a 5 over here by Sudoku, I probably should note. That might be interesting. I could put a 5 here with an 8. Oh, the 5 is not in the tip. Very good. I could put a 5 here with a 6 or 8. Because remember, they can't be both high. Okay, so I should fill in this thermo with both options. So if this is high, then we have 5 or 6, 6 or 7, 7 or 8. If this is odd, then we have 3, 5, 7. So that's sort of fully good lift for the two options of what this can be. It doesn't seem to have told me anything, though. But it was fun to good lift it, I suppose. Ambrose and Dog are pointing out that because of the combination of things they happen to have, if this is a 5, the only way it works is if it's all odds. And so this would have to go exactly 3, 5, 7. Is there a problem with the world where this goes 3, 5, 7? Like, does it break this? Now how am I going to get my odd and my even? Because now this can't be a 3, 5, or a 7. And then I can't put a 1. So in that universe, this becomes a 9 exactly. And then this needs to have an even that's less than 9. Unfortunately, there are a few of those to choose from. So another awesome deduction that I'm not sure does anything as the world currently stands, but that will probably do something once the world stands in a different place. Let's see. Where is 9 in this box? Is that an interesting question to ask? No. Got it. Derektionary has a good point that I can at least pencil mark this as 6, 7, or 8, because of this 1, 2, 3, 4, making this at least 5. By good lift magic, this is at least 6. So we've got that. And by good lift magic, I suppose... Oh, no, I don't know anything about this one. There's no analogous fact, unfortunately. Does the 3, 5, 7 really not break both of these? Let's see. What the all high... So if this is 3, 5, 7, this has now become all highs, and so this is... I don't think it works. I don't think this can be 3, 5, 7. Because if this is 3, 5, 7, this can't be all odds, and it can't be all highs either. Because if this is all highs, that's a 7, isn't it? Oh, no, that could be a 7. Darn it. No, it could go 5, 6, 7. And I think that's fine with 3, 5, 7. Annoyingly. Never mind. Being told this can't be a 6. I'm trying to see what goes wrong if this is a 6. Oh yeah, how does 6 go with 5? That's the problem. I can't have 6 and 5 on the top of a thermo is the point. If this is a 6, it forces me to be a kind of thermo that doesn't exist. So if this is a 7, this could be a 5. If this is an 8... I guess then this could be a 6 or whatever. Never mind. There's a little optionality, but I agree this can't be a 6, and it's interesting and surprising to me because even when you said it couldn't be a 6, I was like, is that really true? But it is. Okay, Ambrose says this is either all high or all low. Wait. Sorry, I'm trying to read Ambrose's point. It's all odd or all even. So it can't be all high or all low. Right, because of the fact... Okay, so first of all, this can't be all high, because if this is all high, this digit would be at least a 7, but that doesn't work. In fact... so it can't be all high, and it can't be all low, because there's a 7 or 8 on it. So therefore, it is all even or all odd. Okay, I agree. And so if it's all odd, we know that looks like 7, 5, 3. And if it's all even, that looks like 2 or 4, and then 6, 8. So I think that's our arrangement of possibilities. Afraid Not seems to agree with my good liffing. Oh, that's very clever. Oh, wow. Dog and Andrewsarchus get this. Remember, this needs an odd and an even, because it can't be all high and all odd or all even. But if this is 6, 8, this sees all the evens. It sees 2, 4, 6, and 8, and so it doesn't work. So in fact, this is 7, 5, 3. That is very cool. Chameleon seems to have also said that. So these have become a 5-6 pair, and as this is a thermo, if I have a 5-6 pair on it, I know how it works. And the only odd that can go on this thermo now is 9, because it sees 1, 3, 5, and 7, so that's a 9. This is even. And it sees 2, 4, and 6, so it's an 8. Let's see. Let me write in candidates for the rest of this box. Do I want to do that? Am I going to regret it? I'll probably regret it. Let me write in candidates for these two cells instead. It won't be as much fun, but it'll get the job done maybe. These are a 6, 7. Which does interesting things, I guess, to this. Maybe. Is there a 2, 7? I don't think I know anything about the 7, 8 yet. If I do, I don't. Okay, I'm going to fill in these because I think this is interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not a 1, that's not a 1. None of these are 6. That one's not a 3. So this one has a little bitty bulb. So it's not all highs. I think it could maybe be all lows. I can't do 1, 2, 3, but I don't think there's anything wrong with doing 1, 2, 4, for example. So we're okay on that. Oh, where is 9 in row 4? That's a good question to ask. 9 in row 4 is here. So this cell is now a 2, 3, or 4. So that seems relevant because that makes this a 1, 2, or 3. And so now if these are both low, this has to also be low. Oh, unless these are both odd. If I want 1, 3... Oh, I can't. This can't be odd because 5, 7, and 9 are gone. So this can't be all odd. Could it be all even? It would be 2, 4, 8 in that case. So 2, 4, 8 works. or all low. So this is either 2, 4, 8, or it's all low, I think. In which case this would be a 4. Maybe it could be a 3. So I think this is a 3, a 4, or an 8, I think is what we concluded as a result of that exploration. Is there something wrong with it going 1, 2, 3? Garion has a smart point that this can't be 4, because if this is 4, just by the length, it has to be all even, but this can be neither 6 nor 8, because it sees 6 in the column and 8 in the column, so that's not 4. That's a smart observation. Ah, 5 and 9 in box 1. Very smart from Chameleon. 5 and 9 in box 1 are actually a hidden pair here. So does that do anything? I mean, it's sure cool. So if this is a 5, I would have to do lows. Yeah, all low or all odd. I agree with that assessment. Okay, so it's being claimed that this is a 2. If it's not a 2, then what is it? So could it be a 4? And the answer is no, because it's a 4. It forces this to be all even, which would be 4, 6, 8, which breaks. So it can't be a 4. And if it's not a 4, then it's at least a 7, which definitely doesn't work because it puts a 9 there. So I believe the claim that this does have to be a 2. That's not a 2. See, Mario asks if this can really be a 3. I feel like... Oh yeah, that doesn't work. This 5 doesn't let me get... I can't go 3, 4, 5. And I can't go all odd. So yeah, this is just never a 3. Mario is completely correct. That's a 1. So that's a 2 and a 4 and a 1. So that's a 1. Oh. It's been claimed that I can decide whether 3 or 6 comes after 4 on a thermo. I suppose, reluctantly, I can admit that I can probably decide that. Let's see, 2s. So how is this an 8? I don't think this can be an 8, right? I think as soon as this was a 2, I think this stopped being able to be 8. Because this was only 8 if this was an all-even thermo, and it's not an all-even thermo. So this is a 3 or a 4. That's not a 4. It's a 2 or a 3. There's a 4 in one of those two cells for sure, so these aren't 4. Excuse me. 8 in column 8. Not in the bulb of a thermo that would put a 9 somewhere. A 9 can't go. Not there. 8 in column 8. Gorgeous spot from Medi. So that 8 looks over there, making that a 7. Making that a 2 and a 7. Meaning I can figure out what this digit is if I try. It's a 3. So the only way this can stay low is if it's 4, 5. And the only way that it can stay even is if it's 4, 6. So this is always a 4? That's weird. Several people in chat have seen that, and I only now understand what they're talking about. But yes, that's always a 4. And then this is either a 5 or a 6. Those are the only options based on which reality we find ourselves in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is now apparently a naked single 6. This is a naked single 6, which makes that a 5. Sure. Those are a 1, 2 pair. So those are 3, 4. I didn't do that right? No, not 3. Those are 4, 8 is the answer. These are not 3 still. I tried to put the 3 over there too. Still not 3. 7, 9. Let's see. I know the 4 in this box is in one of these 2 cells, but I don't think I know which one. The 3 is hiding on a bulb. It's got camouflage. What is a zeta supposed to do? This is a naked single 4, because it sees everything else. So I'll go ahead and fill it in, which then places that 4, which makes that an 8 and a 4. So let's fill in the rest of this row. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is not a 7. That's not an 8. That's not a 3 or a 6. So this either shares the high-lowity with the 7, 8 or the parity with the 7, 8. If it shares the high-lowity with the 7, 8, this would have to be a 5. Oh, and it can't be. It can't share. This can't be a high, because this can't be 5, 6, 7, or 8, or 9. So this is low, which means it shares the parity with this. So if it's low, but it's not 1, 2, 4, or 5, it's a 3, which means this is a 7. That's a 4. That's a 9 and a 7 and a 6 and a 7. And an 8. We got there eventually, afraid not. It took a chunk to notice that this was actually, in fact, just a naked single. But I was fantasizing about it being so much more than that. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 8. That is not an 8, so therefore that is an 8. This is a pair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 5 and 9. We have a pointing octojovi here that is a 6. These two are a 2 and something else. And a 4. 2 and a 4. Let's try that. See if Sven agrees. Sven seems to not complain too badly. So these two are a pair because we have a 5, 9 pair in the row. So these are a 1 and a 5. No, an 8. Well, I think these are a 1 and an 8. So I think they go in that order. Which fixes the 2 and the 1, which fixes the 2. Makes those a 3, 6 pair, so that makes that a 1. These aren't 2, they are a 3, 6 pair, which makes that a 3 and a 2. We have a deadly pattern on 3 6s to be fixed by the madness of Derektionary. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 goes up here. Let's see. So I need to squint at what this can be. So this can't be a 5 anymore, because if this were a 5, it would be all low. So this has to be a 9, making that a 5 and a 9 and a 5. And now what is this? If it were a 6, it would be a nothing. So it has to be a 3, a 6, a 3, and a 6, making it all odd. And the betting tree is a 2. Congratulations from Zach and I to everyone who bet uncolored 2 in your betting. Most well done. Very lovely puzzle. The opening was really explosive and interesting. This is an interesting kind of ambiguity puzzle that I have not seen before, but a very cool ambiguity puzzle. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be right back with, fear not, more puzzles. Alrighty, let's have a look at this Raumplaner puzzle. So what's going on here is we've got some arrows. So you probably have seen those before, but if you have not, the digit in the circle has to be the sum of the digits along the arrow. So if these were 1, 2, 3, this would be a 6. Sorry, that would be a 6. Digits on a white dot have to be consecutive. So if this were a 2, that could be a 3, for example. And then the spicy one is that the orange lines, to the extent that these can be called orange, the peachish lines, are entropic lines. And what that means is that every string of 3 digits along them have to have one low digit. That is 1 from 1, 2, 3, 1 from 4, 5, 6, and 1 from 7, 8, 9. But those digits can go in any order. So I could have a 4, 5, 6, and then a 1, 2, 3, and then a 7, 8, 9. And then the interesting thing about this is that that rule actually percolates, because if these are 3 of those, then these also have to be, but that means this one has to be the same one as that one, which means this one has to be the same one as that one, and so on. Alrighty, I do not know a betting tree. I think I'm going to guess row 5, column 5, and hope. Although it's possible that this is going to be an early 9 or something like that. One never knows with these sorts of puzzles. So the freebie, I guess, is to write in that I know that these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. So I know one high-lowity only occurs on here once. Is there any chance that the high-lowity that occurs on here once isn't low? It feels like low has to be the one that only shows up once, but maybe it's not. Isabella has a smart point, which is that if this were a 6 with a 1, 2, 3, it would mean all of these were low, which does not work. So this is not a 6 and this is not a 6, which means that we can color these orange for the high-lowity. Now, let's see. These two are consecutive. But they can't be the same high-lowity, right? I think that's probably true. but I'm not sure. Okay, well, I know I need 2 low digits on here, I think, right? Can I make an arrow with only 1 low digit? No, 1, 4, 5 is too many. So there's 2 low digits on here and 1 low digit over here. So neither of these are low. These are both from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the same is true of these. For the same reason. I have 2 lows on this arrow, 1 low in here, so these are not low. But as soon as this is not low, that's not low. And as soon as this is not low, that's not low. And then the same thing bounces around the grid to get me that basically in every corner, I have a 1, 2, 3. So the corners are low, which is what I expected to be the case, but I didn't know how to prove it, but we've now proven it. So the corners are now low. So now this is interesting, because this dot on this arrow tells me that, well, I could have a 3 on it, but I need at least 1 medium. And even if I have a medium, the digit has to be low. So this has to be 7, 8, 9 for sure. Going with that. Now, if these are 2 mediums, that doesn't work because I only have, because these are 2 mediums, these can't be 2 mediums because then I would break one of these. One of these, or each of these has a medium on it. So this is a medium and a low. So this is a medium-low pair. And if it's a medium-low pair, I know what it is because the only medium-low pair that works on a white dot is 3, 4. And 3 and 4 add to 7, I'll remember. So these are a 1, 2 pair. None of these are 7. None of these are 4 either, I should go ahead and mention. Oh, and we get a 7 dance. I almost forgot the 7 dance. Woo! Aha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you for ye old fancy 7 hokey pokey. Always appreciated. So no 7s over there. Okay, I know one of these is low. Let's see, there's no white arrow there. Let's see, I've already gotten one of the lows in this box. Interesting. I mean, I suspect both of those are low, but I don't think I can prove it yet. I know nothing left in this box is high, so I know that's not high. So I know one of these 2 is high, for whatever that's worth. Oh, that one can't be high. Okay, that's a good question. One of these 3 is high. Which is it? It's not that one, because there's 2 highs in here and 1 high there. So that's not high. I don't think this can be high, because if this is high, then it makes this digit at least a 6. Oh, is it going to be annoyingly possible that this digit is a 6, because these could be a 1, 2 pair? Someone tell me that breaks for some reason I don't see. Annoyingly, I fear that that might be possible. Well, one of these 2 is high. I will say that much. Stupid 6. How dare you? I can say that I know that this arrow needs to sum to at least 5, because there's only 1 low number on it, at most. In fact, there is 1 low number on it. Oh, in fact, actually, I can work it out. Just by this row, there's 1 low left, there's 1 middle, and 1 high. So this has to be the high, because it has to be the biggest one. And then this is a low middle. And then the same thing actually works out here. There has to be a high and then a low and a middle. So just to finish off the column. And then in this row, probably the same thing happens. There's got to be a high and then a low in the middle. Okay. So that is interesting. So these are all 7, 8, 9. I don't know that it's super fascinating, but it's true. Okay. This digit's orange. Because in this box, I can only put one orange digit on the tangerine line. I can put no orange digits on a length 3 arrow. I have to put another orange digit. It has to go there. And so as soon as that's orange, that's orange. So these are both from 7, 8, 9. So we've got that. Well, this now can't be an 8 or a 9, because if this was an 8 or a 9, it would put another orange digit there, and I can't have another orange digit here by the magic of the line. Yes, we repeat the same story in box 2. Because only one of these is orange, 0 of these are orange, and so this has to be orange. Which then means that has to be orange, which then means that can't be 8 or 9. So this now is 5 or 6. It can't be 5, though. Sorry, what was I doing? I think I did something wrong, sorry. I think I did something nonsense. This is 7, 8, or 9. Yeah, never mind. I said something completely nonsensical. Just ignore it and we'll move on. I don't. I was trying to mirror the logic that I did down here, but it's not symmetrical with the logic I did down here is the short version of how I know a thing I don't actually know. So this is one of each. Yes, so Garion is right. I need to put 3 lows in this box. I can only put one of them here. No more of them there. So this digit has to be low. That's awesome. Okay, so now that percolates over to there. So this digit is low. And so I bet I can do a similar thing here. Can I? Maybe not. No, sorry. A similar thing here. Yes, I could do a similar thing here. Only one of these is low. Only one of these is low. And so therefore this is low. So that's low. What about this corner? Doesn't work in this corner. So now I do need to place my 2 lows in this box. They now do have to go here. Because that can't be low anymore because of the entropic line. And I need to put 2 lows in this box, and they have to go here because they can't go there anymore because of the entropic line. So we've got those. Okay. So now this cell is adjacent to a blue digit, but it's not blue. So therefore it's yellow. But the only yellow digit that's adjacent to a blue digit is a 4, which makes that a 3. So these are not 4, that's not 3. And now that yellow percolates because it goes there as well. So that's a 5 or a 6. This is high. It's a 7, 8, 9. Let's see. Okay, so we've got high in the row. I've got a little bit of flexibility of where the last high goes, I think. Okay, interesting. Right. Isabella's completely right. This is now determined to be medium because I've got all my lows and all my highs, so this is medium. This is a very fun puzzle. That's also medium. So these are 4, 5, 6. That's high. So that's a 7, 8, 9. This is a middle-low combination, I suppose, for whatever that's worth. I don't know that I really want to pencil mark it necessarily. Let's see. I know there's a low in one of these two cells. There's a low here, and there's a low in one of these two cells. That doesn't really tell me much. Good point from Kurban. This cell's not 7 because the only 7 arrow of length 3 is 1, 2, 4, and there's a 3 on it, so it's not 1, 2, 4. This cell is not high because all the highs in the box are gone, and it's not low because there's no low digits that are adjacent to 5, 6, 7. And so therefore this is medium. So this is 5 or 6. Very good spot from Isabella. And so that percolates. So this is medium. This is low. And is a 1, 2, or 3, I suppose. This is a 4, 5, or 6. This is a 3, 4, 5, or 6. Now... let's see. This is a dumb, useless deduction, but this can't be a 6 because this dot definitely has a 6 on it. So I guess I can remove 6 from all of these as well. Okay. That's actually it's not a useless deduction. It gets me the color of this cell because once there's a 6 on this white dot, this cell can't be consecutive to orange without being orange. So this is orange. That's crazy and awesome. I am impressed with that. So that percolates. And we percolate these as well. This isn't 7 anymore, so it's a 5, 6 pair, in fact, which now means this is orange because I've finished my yellows for the column. This is not 4 or 5. This is not 7, 8, or 9. It is 4 or 5, but it's not 5 either. It's 4. This isn't 4. Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say something dumb. But I will withhold that until later. You can have it as a reward. That's a 7, 8, 9 triple for this row, which makes this yellow. Getting rid of the 8, 9, making this yellow. Getting rid of the 7, 8, 9, making these orange. Getting rid of the 5, 6, and that 4. So now we've got a nice little rainbow here and a nice little rainbow here. Let's see. Row 8, column 6. Right. Now that 4 beautifully looks over here and says this digit, which is next to a low digit, isn't a 4, so it has to itself be a low digit. So that's 1, 2, 3. There's definitely a 2 on this dot, which I will not poo-poo this time because last time I did, it didn't work. So now this digit is not itself low because I've used all the lows, so it's medium. It is 5 or 6. There's not a 5 or a 6 on a 7 arrow, so this is not a 7, making that an 8, 9 pair, making this a 7. These aren't 7. So we have that. I can't put a 4 on this arrow anymore, funnily enough. So the middle digit here isn't a 4, because if I was going for 8, I would need a second 4, and if I was going for 9, I would need a 5. So actually the 4 is placed, it's there. And the 4 is placed, it's there. I suspect that was probably more complicated than what I could have done, but I noticed it, so hey, I'm going to use it. So this is a 5 or a 6, and a 1 or a 3. If I use a 1 on this arrow, that doesn't work either. I can't use a 1 and a yellow to get to 8 or 9. So the blue on this is actually known to be a 3. So these aren't 3. So this is 3, 5, or 6, getting me to 8 or 9. Great. This seems to not be able to be 7 anymore through whatever magic. Let's see. Something. Let's see. 3 in box 7 has been called. 3 in box 7. Ah, yes, because there's a 3 down there. It's not there. So 3 in box 7. Thank you, Isabella. Is there. There's now no 3 on this arrow. So if it's 8, it's 1, 2, 5. And if it's 9, it's 1, 2, 6. I sadly don't think I see any problem with either of those. So no 3 there. So that's a 3. This 3, 4 looks up at that, so that's not a 3. So 3 is just placed in this box, is the point. Because it's looked at by those, and that just can't be a 3. So that's a 3. And indeed, there are no 3s in the corner. Now this is a 1 or 2 next to a digit, so that digit has to be low. And so it is itself a 1 or a 2 because it's not a 3. Therefore, there's a 3 on this arrow as well. This digit has to be medium. 4, 5, 6. Can't be a 6. That would make the arrow too big. So 4 or 5 only is what we're looking at. Let's see. 4 in column 2 is placed, I'm being told. 4 in column 2 can't be on this arrow because I don't think I see why. Oh, yeah, that's... Wait, no, if 4 is on this arrow, then these become a 5, 6 pair. I don't think I get that. Row 2, column 8 is low. I know one of these two is low. How do I know which one? Because if that was low, it would make this low. Is that a problem? I don't quite see it. Okay. Column 2 has 3 highs. Column 2 has 3 highs. So this is not a 7, 8, or a 9. So this is medium. Which makes that medium. Which makes that high. So this is not 5 or 6. This is not 7, 8, or 9. That gives us a 5, 6 pair. So this is now high. Not 5 or 6. That percolates up to there. So that's high, not 5, 6. These get to be yellow. So they are not 8 or 9, and that one's not a 7 either. So this can't be low. So it's either yellow or high, but it's not yellow. Because I have all of... Sorry. It's either yellow or high, and it's not high, because I have all of my highs in the row. And it's not low, because I already have a 3. So this actually has to be yellow. And my last low is here in the box. That yellow percolates to there. So this is a 1 or a 2. I know one of these is a 5 because it connects a yellow digit to a yellow digit. So therefore that's a 6, which actually means these are a 4 or 5 pair. If you are into that kind of thing. And I know most of you are. That's a 6 and a 5. Let's see. Okay, so this is a 5 or a 6. Let's see. Gary says row 2, column 8 can't be 1 because it would break the column 8 arrow. Let's see. If this were a 1, I would want this to be 2, 3, 4, and it can't be because there's a 4 down there. So I agree. So this is a 2. One of these is a 1. That one's a 1, actually, while I'm pointing out things, one of which are 1. I might as well fill in the 1s. So we've got all of those, thanks to Garion. Hello, everyone. 4 is placed in row 1. Cool, yeah, because I can't put a 3 with a 4 on an arrow that adds to 8 or 9. So that's a 4 and a 5. Thank you, Carl, which makes that a 4. Yeah, so the 3 goes with a 5 or a 6. Funnily enough, that gets me a 3, 5, 6 triple in the column. So I could actually fill in the rest of the column if I wanted to, but it looks a little bit dangerous. These are a 1 and a 5 or a 6. Oh, I can actually keep going. Sorry, the 1 looks around there. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Let's see. So I know there's a 3 on this one as well, with a 5 or a... So these are also from 3, 5, 6. With a 3 on them for sure. So yeah. The arrow in box 6 is 1 and 5. Right, it can't be 1 and 4 is the point. So 8 has become impossible because the only way to make 8 is 1, 3, 4. If I have to use a 3, but I can't use that because there's a 3, 4 pair here. So these have to sum to 6 and be 1, 5. Thank you, FJam. Which has made that a 9 and that an 8 and that a 7. Which has made that a 9. Gotten rid of the ability of these cells to be 9. That has forced a 7 onto this white dot, making it a 7, 8 dot. If that's a 7, 8 dot, then that's a 9, and that's an 8, making this a 3, 5 pair, making that a 9, making that an 8, which I guess I could have gotten in myriad ways now, making that a 7 and an 8. Well, this is never a 7. These digits just don't add to 7. I don't know why this was even pencil marked as being able to be 7. We're just going to hope it wasn't a mistake and move on. 8, 7. All right, these can't be 3, 4, so they're 2, 5. Because there's a 3 over here is why they can't be 3, 4. So that's not a 5. Oh, and if that's not a 5, there's a 5 missing from there. Oh, I realize I used Sudoku to figure out that it is 3 plus 6 that adds to 9, but whatever. So that's a 4, meaning that's a 3. We did this in lots of inefficient ways, which I know I do all the time, but usually I do that sort of as a joke. This time it was intentional. You could just assume all the other times, though, it's been a joke. It hasn't been because I actually misunderstood something or did something in a roundabout way because I didn't understand it. That would never happen. This 1, 5 gives me a 6 there, except for this one time when it happened. But other than that, these digits are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So let's see. I still got... Oh, there's a 3, 5 pair down here, so that's going to give me a 6 there. Give me a 5 and a 6. I'll go ahead and fill in these cells as well. These are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's not a 7. That's not a 9. Oh, yes, please, please, please like the stream. It is greatly appreciated if you would take a minute just to click the little thumb button. It helps YouTube grow the stream, and I'm very excited about now that the stream is a little more established, getting some more people to view it. But the only way that new people will view it is if YouTube recommends it. And we know that there's all of these people out there who love watching nerds do Sudoku, so I would like to get those people to join the channel. But your likes help an enormous amount with that. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this is not 6 or 9. This is not 6. This is not 3. Let's see. Cappuccino and Sudoku. That sounds like a good combination. Being up a bunch does not sound like a good combination, though, if I am being completely honest. So sorry about that, Chip. There's a 3, 5 pair in column 4. That sounds great. Yes, there's a 3, 5 pair in column 4. Thank you, Garion. That has made that a 9, and that a 6, which has hopefully done something, although maybe it has not. That is not a 9 anymore. Let's see. I probably have to do the same thing over here and be very careful. 3, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this one, oh, this is a naked single. It's a 5. Wow, how did that become a naked single 5? I have no idea. Anyway, 3, 5, 3, 5, 3. Good time to pause and do some color fixing. So this isn't yellow. This is not blue. This is not blue. This is not yellow. Let's see. Do I have more coloring I can do? Maybe I don't actually have more coloring. This is a 1, so it's blue. And so this is an 8, so it's orange. This is a yellow, so it's yellow. So that is a... Oh, and this is an orange, because it's a 9. So we're getting somewhere. So that is a 1 and a 9 and a 5 and an 8. That has made this blue, so that this can be yellow. So that is a 2 and a 5. So this has become orange and blue. So that is an 8 and a 2. That 3 is blue, the 9 is orange, and the 6 is yellow. The 3 looks over making this yellow, making this not yellow by magic, making this orange, this yellow, and this yellow. So 7, 4. Making this blue and this orange. We'll see if I do this without screwing up the colors. Making this orange for the row. Making this blue for the row. So this is going to be a 2. It's going to be an 8. And we see that we have a blue left for the central box. Do a quick scan of the grid. Make sure everything is okay. And we get a 1. Congratulations to all of you who bet 1. May all of your betting tree wishes come true. Most excellent. Alrighty, that was fun. Yeah, did anyone bet 1? I know 1 isn't the most common of bets. It's interesting. I love to see statistics on how often people bet various numbers, and also on how often Zach dances for each digit. That was a very elegant puzzle. I'm really impressed by that. That was a lot of fun. There were no 1 bets. Well, that's tragic, but I'm sure all of you bet 1 in your hearts. Afraid Not bet 2, which was statistically the closest. Alrighty, I'm going to pull up another puzzle, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, as promised, I came back with a Renbon sandwich puzzle by Grkles. Let's turn off the row column labels since we're doing sandwich Sudoku. First Renbon of the day, I think. So on a Renbon line, we need to make sure that we get a string of consecutive digits, like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 would be a string of consecutive digits. That's too many digits, though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they could go in any order. So whichever order you want, let your heart dream. Except that this line probably has a 1 or a 9 on it, so that's going to be a problem, but whatever. Also, we have these clues outside the grid that give you the sum of the digits between the 1 and the 9 in the row. So, for example, if I put a 1 here, a 6, an 8, and a 9, 6 plus 8 is 14. That works like that. So those two together are what we have. And so I think observation 1 is, I need to have a 1 or a 9 on this line, because if I do not have a 1 or a 9 on this line, then this would all be green, and I would have to put a sum of 14 between a 1 and a 9 on the outside of a length 5 line. That's never going to work. So next question, is it a 1 on the line or a 9 on the line? And I fear I don't know the answer to that right away. Maybe I should. But I think it could work either way, actually. So weirdly, I know this is an extreme Renbon for sure, but I don't think I know which extreme yet. I should know, but I don't. Let's start greening some things. This is not a 1 or a 9. Either way is absurd. If this were a 1 or a 9, that would have to be the other 1, 9, and I can't fit those on this Renbon. That's not a 1 or a 9. Let's see. Are there other instances of me being able to green some stuff? 27 is big enough that I can't do 27 in 3, so therefore that cell's never crust. Oh, I need to plant a tree. That's right. Where should I plant a tree, grkles? Do you have any recommendations on good places to plant trees? I've been getting a little better about remembering to do bedding trees, but I got overconfident. I will just make one up if grkles doesn't say something shortly. Probably that's where I'll make up. So if this is a terrible bedding tree, let me know. Good point from Judith, which is that I know that these length 6 Renbons have a 4, 5, and a 6 on them. So these digits can't be 4, 5, or 6. So these digits have to be 1, 2, 3, or 7, 8, 9. Whichever way this works out. Oh, can I not do 27 and 4 because of the fact that I can't use a 9? I think I can't do 27 and 4 because I can't use a 9. I think that's what Carl is telling me. Because I can't use a 9 in the sum, so it's at most 8, 7, 6, 5. And 8, 7, 6, 5 is 15 plus 11, which is 26. So yeah, so these are actually, those are also green. So this is not 1 or 9. Oh, I can't do 23 and 3 either because of the no 9. I have not thought about sandwiches where you can't use 9 in a bit. Somehow the last several sandwich puzzles I've done, 9 has been a valid digit to include in the sandwich. So if this were crust, I'd have to do 23 and 3, but the only way to do 23 and 3 is 9, 8, 6, and you can't do that. So this is green. As well. Oh. Here's a cool thing. One of these has to be crust. Because I can't fit my entire 23 sandwich over here. But because one of these is crust, that tells me my 0 clue can't fit here. Because if my 0 clue was here, then that would screw things all kinds of up. So that's awesome. So I get all kinds of green right there from that 0 clue. That's sweet. So now I know there's a crust of my 11 sandwich over here because I can't fit both crusts of my 23 here. So even if the crust of the 11 is here and my 11 can go for up to 3 digits, these two can't ever be crust because of that. Let's see. Oh, I can think of a similar thing. I know one of these is crust because only one of these can be crust. I don't think I know which one, but one of these is therefore crust. So my 8 clue... Actually, maybe that isn't quite enough to green anything, unfortunately. Let's see. It's being claimed that this is green. Is there a reason I can't put my 1-9 pair like that? I don't immediately see why. It's probably right, but I don't see why. Let's see. Ah, right. Gorgeous. Okay. So I need... Wait, maybe I don't know that. Okay, so I'm thinking about whether I can put both 1 and 9 here, in which case I'd have to put a 1, 9 there. Yeah, I don't quite see it as of yet. Bye, Derek. So this breaks. Yeah, I think it doesn't quite break, unfortunately. Yeah, so this 6 clue, I don't think I can quite do anything with as of yet. I probably can with more contemplation. The fact that I know there's a crust in this string seems to put pressure on the 8 clue, which is always 1 or 2 long, but I don't know what to do with it. 9s can't be on the ends of the Renbon. If this was a 9... Right, if this were a 9, I could not possibly make this 14 clue work. That's a good point. But if this is a 1, I could make the Renbon work very easily by going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, annoyingly. It's a good point that we do know that there's a 4, 5... Oh, do we know there's a 4 on this Renbon? No, but we do know there's a 5 on this Renbon, so it does go there for whatever that's worth. In fact, I know there's not a 4 and a 6 on the Renbon. There's either a 4 or a 6. So what's wrong with something like 9, 6, 8, 1? Row 3 and 7, column 5. Length 6 Renbon only needs to have 4, 5, and 6. It doesn't need to have 3 and 7 on it. Oh, but there's an interesting point about what that might do to the 3 sandwich clue, because if this was a 3, it would force the 1 and the 9 to be on either side of it. I don't think I know what to do with that. I see that these 2 digits in this box need to go up here. Breaks the Renbon on the left. Ah, right. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty clever. So if this is a 3, one of these becomes a 9, and now I have a length 6 Renbon without a 3 or a 9, and that doesn't work. I no longer have a string of popcorn long enough to fulfill my Renbon. So that's not 3, and that's not 3. So now there's 2 worlds. Either this is a 1-2 pair or it's a 7-8 pair. So that's interesting. So what can I do with that? So the world where this is a 1-2 pair, I don't know. So I guess maybe... No, I don't think... I don't think I know anything about that. So 1 in box 5. Right, okay. That's a good point. So 1 in box 5 now never goes here. It never goes here. So 1 in box 5 now has to live in this column. That was from Josh, and that is a very good point. So there's a 1 in one of these cells. And we know... Do we know? No, I don't think we know that there's a crust in one of these two. I think there could be 2 crusts in this column if it goes 1, 8, 9. Is there something wrong with this being 1, 8, 9? So if I do put the 9 over here and not over here, then it has to be 1, 8, 9 because of the 8. What's wrong with 1, 8, 9? Funnily enough, this couldn't be the 9 because it would make that an 8. This would have to be 1. That would be a 2. That would be an 8. That would be a 9. So if the 9 goes over here, it actually looks exactly like that, which assuredly breaks something, right? It would force these two to both be crust. Who knows? The fact that it feels... So the reason why I'm chasing this is because it feels to me like this little short renbon is here to prevent exactly that. Like, I have a hard time conceiving of that little renbon being perfectly shaped to rule this out if its job wasn't to rule that out. But I can't quite figure out a way to make that happen as of yet. So we might need further information. This is now not crust anymore, I think, because it's not a 1 and it can't be a 9, because if this were a 9... No, it could be a 9. Damn it, it could be a 9, because I could go 9, 6, 8. Darn it. I thought I was going to prove that this wasn't crust finally, but I don't think I can yet. Let's see. Isabella says if row 3, column 5 is a 1... Row 8, column 5 is a 9. But that... but that 9 has to appear in the renbon in box 9. I'm trying to understand why that is. Right, because these 3 digits are these 3 digits. So Isabella is using here the equivalence of the fact the Tirganis equivalence that those 3 cells are these 3 cells. So if this is a 9, it needs to go on this renbon. Okay, I am with Isabella so far. And that makes these cells a 1, 2, 3 triple, because they see the whole renbon, which breaks the 3 clue. Because there'd be a 9 over here. And these would be 1, 2, 3. So all of this is by way of saying... Right, okay. So this was a 1, that was a 2. Yeah, the 3 clues always 9, 3, 1. So the point is, if either of these is 1 or 2, it breaks one of the 3 clues, I think. So I think that's right. So yeah, so if this is 1 or 2, it drops a 9 in one of these 2 cells, which makes one of these a 1, 2, 3 triple, but it makes one of these a 1, 2, 3 triple in the bad way. Because it makes one of these a 1, 2, 3 triple with a 9 over there and a 2 here. So these aren't 1 or 2. So that's huge. So they're green, which means there is a 9 in here. Very good spot to Isabella there. So the question is, could this be a 9? And the answer is no, I don't think it can, because if this is a 9, we'd have to go 9, 7, 7, 1. That's not going to work. Or 9, 8, 6, 1, but that doesn't work because the 6 is down here. And otherwise, I'd have to try and go downward. But now I'm adding 3 numbers that are 5 or higher. And that's not going to work either because I'm going to get to more than 14. So no 9 there. Or 1. So the 9 is here. And we get to do a little 9 dance. Ba-doop, ba-doop, boop, boop. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Zach has had to do a lot of 9 dances today. He says it very much wears out his quads. So now this is a 1. I think this is I think we've done literally 3 9 dances today, I think, out of 4 puzzles, if I recall correctly. So now we have good things, because now these digits are a 5 and a 6. Now these remaining digits are not those things. These are 1, 2, 3, 4. So one of these, let's see, could I do 6, 7? I cannot do 6, 7. Oh, I could do 5, 7, 2 obnoxiously, can't I? This has to be purple now. That's a very good point. Because remember, we know there's 1 purple on this side of the 11 in this one. Thank you, Screaming Ice Cube. That is very good. So this is a 1 or a 9. Now my 11 clue can't be longer than 3 because I can't do a 4-cell 11 clue with 1 gone. So that's actually a 1 or a 9. And these 3 need to sum to 11 with a 5 or a 6. Let's see, if that were a 6, I would need the remaining ones to sum to 5. They'd have to be 2, 3. Or if this is a 5, I need the remaining ones to sum to 6. They need to be 2, 4. So these are always from 2, 3, 4 is, I suppose, the point. And so if that's from 2, 3, 4, this is from 2, 3, 4, 5. That doesn't seem particularly useful, but I'll go with it. That's green now because I can't get to 8 and 1. So that's green because it can't be a 9 with a 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, it could be a 9 with a 1, 2, 3, 4. Darn, if this was a 4, that's fine. Never mind. Let's see. I do know I need a 1, 3, 9 sequence somewhere. I guess my question is, can I have a 1, 3, 9 sequence over here? Ah, good point from Isabella. This 7, 8 sees the entirety of this Renbon. And so as a result, this Renbon doesn't have a 9 on it. So the 9 in this row is either here or it's over here. If it's here, then I'm looking at a 9, 3, 1 exactly. And if it's over here, then I've got a 9 and a 1 over there. So the point is this can't be a 9. And so, since it can't be a 9, because this Renbon can't have a 9 on it, because it can't have a 7 or 8, this is green and this is green. But now I can't have 8 in 3 cells, which I should have marked off before. And I can't have 8 in 3 cells this direction either. So actually, that's a 9. That's an 8. Thank you, chat. Got me through that one, I think. So therefore that's a 3, and that's a 1. And so this looks like that in order to make that 3 clue work. And so now I know that this isn't a 1 or a 3. And I know that 1 is over in one of these two cells. Right. 1 isn't... Right. There's a 1 on this Renbon, so there's not a 9 on it. So those are green. We can just do that easily. The 27 clue certainly needs there to be a 9 here. Or sorry, certainly needs there to be a crust here now. So that's a 1. So this is not a crust anymore. I feel like we got there in a somewhat roundabout way, but the important thing is we got there. This can't be crust because 27 is not equal to 35. So one of these two is crust. If this is crust, that's an 8. If this is crust, these two add to 8. If that's crust also, right. We know 9's not on this line. I will remember these things someday. 9 is not on this line. Still not a 9. Thank you, chat. So 9 goes there, which does indeed force the 3 and the 1. So this is not 1 or 3, so it's not crust. So this is crust, and is indeed the 1, which now means these two add to 14, which they can only do as 8 and 6. They can't do it as 7 and 7. So that's 5 and 7. So there's a 2-4 pair in the column, making that a 3. Let's see. I can fill in these cells. So we've got a 1 and a 3, so we need a 2 and a 4 and a 5 and a 6. And we've got a 1 and a 3 here, so we need a 2 and a 4 and a 5 and a 6. And that 2, 4, 5, 6 goes there by the Turganis equivalence. And so therefore that's a naked single 8. That 2, 4, 5, 6, I don't actually know which of those it goes to. So we will leave that one be for now. But we now know that these two sum to 8 because they're the outies. So this certainly isn't a 4. So this could be a 2 with a 6, or a 5 with a 3, or a 6 with a 2. I don't think I know that these two don't sum to 8, or that... Actually, no, I know that these two... No, I don't know, because I don't know if this is something that's not up here or whatever. Yeah, I don't think that I quite can sort that out. Okay, so this isn't a 3, though, so that's not a 2. That's one thing I should back up and do. This being a 4 would make that a 5. Okay, that works. Okay, that being a 6 means these two need to add up to 5. Right, okay, so the 11 clue is resolved now. That 6 means these two need to add to 5, which they can only do as 3 and 2. So that's not a 2, and that's not a 2. And now this, in order to add to 8, has to be a 2 or a 3, but it's not a 2 because I literally just put a 2 there. So that's a 3 and a 5, meaning that's not 5. So now this is 2, 4, 5, 6 by the Turganis equivalence. It's not a 5. And this is a 7. That is not a 5. So this is a pair of something. A 4 and a 7, it looks like. Making that a 6. Those are not 6. That's not 6. Let's see. This 4 is next to a 3 and a 5. Well, it's not a 3, so this could be a 5. Or the 7 would be next to a 6 or an 8. Let's see. 9 in column 2. Yeah, that's probably a good question to ask. So 9 in column 2. Could these be a 2-4 pair, putting a 9 here? That seems possible. Otherwise, this is a 9, putting a 6 here. In any event, it's certainly not down here. So I think it's in one of those two places. 9 in column 8 is not in either of those places, and it's not there. Can I do 9 and 4? I can do 9 and 4, but there's no crusts left in this row, so I have to do 14 and 4. Okay, that's huge. So I just didn't green these, and then it didn't stand out. So yeah, so these are 2, 3, 4, 5. In order to add to 14, that's the only way that works. So these are 6, 7, 8. So let's do a little sudoku. So this is 6, 7, 8, or 9 over here. Interesting. I thought that was going to be immediately useful, but it does not seem like it was immediately useful. It probably will be useful in the long run. Let's see. I'm hoping I don't have to think about this 23 clue. Let's see. Yes. Okay, so these are green. These are green. By the row. So 9 has to go up here somewhere, for whatever that's worth. This can't be 5, because 5 is not next to 3. But also Garian points out it's the same as row 3, column 8. Right, because this is a quad and that's a quad. So that's very cool. So this cell goes there, so it's not a 5. I agree with that assessment. This is a 2 or a 4. This isn't a 5 anymore because it's on a Renbon that already has a 5. This digit is that digit. Row 3. Okay, I think I'm being encouraged to just fill in row 3. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, 2, 4, 5, 6. I wrote the right thing and then said the wrong thing. Don't think it's not leaping out at me in immediate conclusions. Let's see. Carl says both possible places for 6 on the long Renbon. C, row 2, column 2. That's cool. Okay, that's a great spot. So, yeah. This Renbon has a 6 in one of those two cells. They both see here. So this can't be a 6. So therefore, that is the thing. And so therefore, that's the thing. Thank you, Carl. So that's a 9. These are a 2 and a 4, and I know the order. That's a 1 and a 9. That's become a 4 and a 5, and a 3 and a 2, and a 4, and a 7 and a 4, and a 5. That was a lot. No 4s there. No 4 there. No 4 there, because I need a 4 in one of these Renbon. Yeah, that was quite a that was quite an epic spot and very cool setting. I really liked that both places of the 6 see that. I just was not appreciating it. And so now I can fill in a bunch of stuff. So these are green, for example. My outies here need to sum to 12. I can't sum to 12 in 1, so that's not my outie. That's my outie. So that's a 1. These are all green. That's not a 9 anymore, which means there's definitely a 7 on here. And if there's definitely a 7 on here, that's not 7. None of these cells are 5 by Carl logic. So because none of these cells are 5, one of these two is a 5, which means that's not a 5. which means one of these two is a 5. Sorry, is a 5. I meant in the corner. So let's see. So 23 is 8 plus 5 plus 4 plus what? I'm being encouraged to ask myself. So this is a 6. Very good. So these are 3, 7. That doesn't work. Wait, did I break this? I did the math wrong, didn't I? Is that what's going on here? Oh, no, they are 3, 7 because there's a 2. Okay. I was like, 3, 7 doesn't add to 12. But it's because there was a 2 there I wasn't contemplating when I was counting my outies to make sure my outies worked. 4, 5, 6. These are 7 and 8, and I know the order. These are 6 and 8, and I know the order. Making that a 2. Making that a 6. Making that a 6. Making that a 5. Making that less 5. That is not a 6. That's not a 6. Hey, Ken, welcome back. I really appreciated not having to do any grindy math here. That is always a thing that makes me happy in these puzzles. Okay, so that's not the 2. So one of these two is the 2. So that's not the 2. Because these two are the same. So let's fill in this row. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is not 2 or 4. That's not 6. That's not 5 or 6. So that's a 2, 4, 5 triple, making that a 6. Narrowly avoiding filling in the bet tree. Always got to be careful of that one. Where does the 5 go in this box? It goes up here somewhere. Where does the 1 go in this box? It goes there. The 9 goes in one of these two. Who knows which one? Am I somehow going to know the 9 doesn't go there because that would be an 8? No, I don't think I know that. There's a 7-8 pair in column 8, says Chip, making that a 6. Making that now a 7-8 pair on this little itty-bitty renban. So regarding digits that aren't on the little itty-bitty renban, there's still a 2 to be placed. Oh, well, there's still a 2 to be placed, but I could place it if I paid attention. Which also places that 2. Which also places that 2 and that 4. And now these are 4, 5, and 9. Yeah, these are from 4, 5, 9. That's right. 4, 5, 9. So now that's discoverable. It's the only place for 3 in the column. These are a 7, an 8, and a 6, I believe, but the 6 goes there. So this is a 7 or an 8. And we've got all the 6s. This is a triple of some ill repute. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's a 4. These are a 7, 8 pair. So that's got to be a 9 is the point. Because if this is a 7, this can be neither an 8 nor a 6. So this is an 8. But now that's a 7, and so this can't be a 7. So this is the 9. Very nicely done. As far as the setting on that goes, it was very, very unexpected but delightful. These go down here. These are a 2 and a 5, which go in that order. So that's a 5. We'll be very careful. Don't worry. So that's a 4, apparently. That's a 2. These aren't 4. These two now are a row 8, column 9. Sees a 4, 5 pair. Yes, so it does. In fact, this 5 should really do it for me. But I agree before, I should have realized there was a 4, 5 pair on the renban that was looking at this cell, making this cell purple into this cell green. So the 1 for the row goes here. The 9 for the box now better go there. Let's see. So we go across the bottom 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So therefore, we get that is an 8, a 7, an 8, a 7, an 8, a 3. This is a 4, and the betting cell is a... if Ranks is here, I'll just fill in an 8 for him, but I think he might be gone. So I think I should fill in the right digit, which is a 7. Congratulations from Zach and I, if you bet 7. May all your betting tree wishes come true. That was very cool. It was very striking to me how you could immediately identify that there had to be a 1 or a 9 on this Renbon in the center, and then imagine the worlds with both of those, but then not actually be able to decide for a long time which of those worlds you actually lived in. I always enjoy that sort of like unresolved sort of like dual state that you can exist in a Sudoku puzzle. And that was a very cool implementation of it. And there were lots of very like, oh, wow, that did exactly what it was supposed to. It's so symmetrical. It's uncanny that it's so symmetrical. And yet, I mean, I don't think it was super symmetrical in terms of the solving. Very cool puzzle. I liked that a lot. Well done, grkles. And well done, Renbon. You always do a good job when you make an appearance in puzzles. Really, hats off to Renbon. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll do some 6x6s. So hang out, and we'll do some 6x6s together. Alrighty, back. Sorry, I opened the thread for the Zeta 100 submissions instead of the 6x6s, and then was confused by why the first one I looked at was a 9x9, and then looked at another, and it was also a 9x9. And then I was like, why is everyone putting 9x9s in the 6x6 thread? And then eventually, at long last, I discovered I was not looking at the 6x6 thread, which was why there were so many 9x9s in it. And that is the story of my day. So anyway, we're back with a 6x6 by Isabella called Spinifex or Spinifex. I can't quite tell the font that the font that Sven uses for the titles sometimes is not quite clear. So we get to do a German Whisper Black Kropke dot puzzle in 6x6. So if you've not done a 6x6 Sudoku before, you need to put the digits 1 through 6 in every row, column, and box. And on green lines, you have to make sure that the digits differ by at least 3. And then the black dots mean that the digits have to be 3, 6 is the thing. So we have that. Now, this can't actually be the 3, because if this were a 3, these would both have to be 6. So in fact, this is the 6, and that's the 3. And we get to do a little 60 dance. Boop, boop, doop. Boop, boop, doop. Boop, boo. Thank you, Zach. So that, for the same reason, that's the 6 and that's the 3. So that can't be the 3 in this box because it would put a 6 here. Because every time there's a 3 on a green line, it plops 6s all over the place. So that can't be the 3. That can't be the 3. Those can't be the 3. So the 3 in this box is actually in this column, which places a 3 there. Which then backwards percolates a 3 there. Or sorry, backwards percolates a 6 there, which now means that that can't be a 3 because it would put a 6 there. So that's a 3, putting a 6 there. Now I can hunt for where 3 is going in this box. And answer that I guess it goes in one of these 2 cells. But it can't go in that one because it would put a 6 there. So it has to go there, putting a 6 there. So we've got that. And now I've got 5 6s in the grid, so I should be able to solve the other one. And I've got 5 3s in the grid, so I should be able to find the other one. And now we're out of 3s and 6s, so now we've got to do something else with our lives, which is like 1s and 4s or something, maybe? Who knows? Let's see. I enjoyed the 3s and 6s part. Okay, so this is a 1 or a 2. I might have to start coloring, actually. Because I don't actually have any idea how these various lines are going to work. This is a 1 or a 2, of course. Right. Where does this 1, 2 go in box 1 is the thing I'm supposed to ask. And the answer is it goes there. That digit goes there. And so therefore this digit's a 1 or a 2. And these digits are 4s or 5s. So that is very helpful. And so now I've got a 1, 2 pair in the column. So now this is a 4 or 5. So now this is a 1 or a 2. And so now this is a digit. Oh, sorry, this is a 1 or a 2, which now means that's a 4 or a 5. So this is a 1 or a 2. So that's a 4 or a 5. So these are both 1 2s. So these are 4 5s. So that's a 1 2. So that's a 4 5. So that's a 4 5. So that's a 1 2 and that's a 1 2. So that's a 4 5. So that's a 4 5. So that's a 4 5. And now I have to start coloring 1 2s because I don't think there's any way I'm going to sort this out without coloring the 1 2s. So that 1 2 is that 1 2, which is that 1 2, which is, I don't think I know which 1 2 actually. But the point is, Carl has it. The point is this 1 2 is not yellow. This is the 1 2 that's not yellow. And so this 4 5 sees both of them, whereas 4 could only see 1. So this is a 5, making that a 4, which makes that a 1, which makes that a 2, which makes that a 1, makes that a 2, a 1, a 2, a 1, a 2, a 4, a 5, a 2, a 1, a 2, a 1, a 4, a 5, a 4, a 5, a 4, a 5, a 4, and a 5. Nice. Very slick. I liked that penny drop at the end was very cool. Alrighty, let me scroll through and dig up the next 6x6. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back. We have next up Wide Range by Andrewsarchus. So we have between lines. So the digits on the line have to lie between the digits in the 2 circles. We have doublers. 1 cell in each row, column, and box has has a doubler. No 2 doublers contain the same digit. Cells on a magenta dot have a 1-to-1 ratio. Which is a fabulous line of text to have. All magenta dots are given. And white dots differ by 1. Okay, so the only way you're getting a 1-to-1 ratio is by having a doubler there. So therefore, none of these are doublers. So therefore, that's the first doubler. So therefore, none of these are doublers. But one of those is a doubler, so that's not a doubler. One of those is a doubler. So yeah, it's funny. This is really a black dot written in a really funny way. So can work with that. Okay. So a thing to think about is 1 and 6. And so 1 and 6 both need to go on this line in box 1. And so if 1 needs to go on this line, it has to be doubled. Oh, sorry, there's a cell missing. Sorry, I thought every cell was on. Okay, in box 4 is where I should be looking. In box 4, 1 needs to go on this line. It doesn't have anywhere else to go. That 1 has to be doubled, because if it's not going to be between the circles. So there's a 1 up here somewhere, and it's doubled. I guess I never grade these for whatever reason I cannot figure out. So therefore, one of these has to be a vanilla 1, because only with a vanilla 1 will that possibly work. The other of these, though, has to take care of the fact that there's a 6 in this box, and the 6 in this box needs to be less than one of the circles. So the other circle here is a doubler. So those are not doubled because they see a doubler for sure. But now the question is, okay, I've used my double 1. Where does 1 go in this box? It can only go here. And we get a 1 dance. Ba-boo! Ba-boo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And so now we ask where the 1 goes in this box, and the answer for the 1 in this box is only in the circle. Yeah, I fell over laughing when I first read have a 1-to-1 ratio in the rules. That was hilarious and delightful. So this is now a doubled 1. So that undoublifies all of these. Dedoublifies, that's also dedoublified. So my magenta dot can't be a 1-2 dot because I've already doubled the 1. So as Garion points out, they have to be 2, 4, and 3, 6. So these are 2, 4, 3, 6. And of course it's one of each. It's not anything else. So this cell actually is a naked single 5 because this cell sees 2, 4, 3, 6, and 1. So it's a 5. Love weird naked singles like that. Therefore, this cell over here is at least a 4. So this is a 4, 5, or 6 in order to double to be more than 6. There's a 1 in this box here. There's a 1 in this box here. And there's a 1 in this box here. Hopefully that's all the ones. But now the thing to think about is where are my other doublers? And all of my other doublers are on lines. And so what that means is this has to be the highest doubler. So because this has to be the highest doubler, it has to be a double 6. And I know, by the way, that this is the low one. This is the 2 or the 3. This is the 4 or the 6. But that actually is a 6. Which maybe does something that I have not yet understood. I'm trying to think if there's some way I can identify what this dot has to be. I don't immediately see how to identify what the dot is. Well, I know this is a 2 or a 3 because I need a 2 or a 3 to finish off the column. So that's a 2 or a 3 for whatever that's worth. What are my other doublers? I need to double a 5 somewhere. So I'm doubling 2 and 3 in these boxes. I've doubled 6 here. I've doubled 1 there. So I still need to double a 5, and I need to double a 4. So I'm doubling a 4 or a 5 in this box and a 4 or a 5 in that box. Let's see. Where is 2 in box 4? Asks Ambrose. Oh, all magenta dots are given is a good point. So that's going to do some interesting things. So, for example, I can't put a 2 anywhere next to the 1 because there would be a magenta dot, and all magenta dots are given. So the 2 in this box actually is forced down here. Thank you for that reminder, Garion, to read the rules. So that's a 3 and that's a 2. And now this is not a 3-2. It's a 3-2. 3-2 is not a combination, Zeta. 3-2 is not a combination. It's a 3-6. This is a 2-4. So that's a 3. I don't know either. If this was a 2, that would be a 3. Maybe that's okay. This 1 is not doubled. I don't know why I have not marked that yet, but the 1 is not doubled. These are a pair. These are a 4 and a 2. So these are a pair. They are a 3 and a 6. So these are a triple. They are a 2, a 4, and a 5. Sadly, all of those are consecutive with that digit, or one of those digits at least. One of these two is either the 4 or the 5 that's doubled. The doubler here is a 2, Jim. Because in order to make this work, I need to be doubling the 2 here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, I see that I can place a 6 over here. That's probably something I should get into. So, let's see. These are 2, 4, 5. But that one's not a 5. So I'm either doubling the 4 or the 5 here, and I'm either doubling the 4 or the 5 here. Because I've got rid of my 2 doublers over here. I mean, I guess one observation is this digit's never a 4. I don't know if that's useful, but it's true. Because this digit can't be a 4 whether this is a double 2 or a 4. So this digit's not a 4. So the 4 in the row is either there or it's over there somewhere. So row 5, column 5 is always 3 or 6 because the doubler in the row will be the other of 2, 4, 5. That's right. Right. One of the doublers is a 4 or 5, completing my 2, 4, 5 triple, making this digit a 3 or a 6. Very nice. So, yeah, and so I know there's a 4 or a 5 being doubled here. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to use that to sort this out. I don't quite see how that's going to be useful yet. I'm going to need a 2... No? Because I can't do anything with doubling the 4 and the 5. I have to be doing something with vanilla 4 and 5. Right, and this is that 4-5. That's a good point, right? Because the 4-5 that completes the triple over here is the doubler. So this is not a 2. So that means one of these two is a 2. Right. Okay, so I was looking at almost the right thing, but Chameleon says the right thing, which is that I just can't put a 4 doubler in this box at all. Because if I put a 4 doubler in this box at all, then it will place the 2 doubler in the same row. So the 4 doubler actually goes in this box. That's really cool. So that 4 doubler goes down here. This is a very well set puzzle. So that is a 2, and that's a 5, and that's a 4, and that's a 4 and a 2. So the 4 in this box is in this column. Do I know that? No, I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't think that's true. I mean, it might be true. Who knows? These are a 2 and a 5. So let's see. So we've got a double 4 down here. So I know I've got a double 5 over here. So if I'm doubling 5 up here, that means where does 5 go in this column? Oh, I guess I still got 2 options, annoyingly. I can go there or there. Let's see. So there's still a little bit of tricksiness going on. Let's see. Okay, so what am I looking at now? I know this cell can't be a 4, which I keep looking at. I think I'm somehow supposed to use that. See, Garion thinks that this is going to break the white dot if this is the doubled 5. So if this is a 5, that becomes a 2. That becomes a 3 and a 4. Pushes the 4 over there. Row 4, column 5 can't be 2 by the negative constraint. Right. This can't be 2 by the negative constraint, which is why I have choose pencil marked in the corner, and then I just didn't do it anyway. Very true. So that's only 4 or 5. I'm going to fill these in, even though it's not going to do anything. 3, 4, 6 is the answer. Yeah, 2 in this column can't go there. So 2 in the column either goes there or there. And I don't think I can have any other useful negative constraints other than that this can't be a 4. So I know one of these two is a 4. I don't know if that really helps, but it's true. One of these two is a 4. Bye, Ambrose. Let's see. Carl says there's a bit of a chain that shows you that this being doubler 5 breaks. Is it maybe easier to see that this being a doubler 4 breaks? If this is a 4, what happens? If this is a doubler 4, I get this 3-6 pair. So if this is a doubler 4, it puts a 5 there. It breaks row 4, column 5. Right. Wait. This is a doubler 4. Then I'm putting a doubler 5 over here. So I need a... So if this is a 4, this has to be a 5. So as soon as this is a 4, this has to be a 5 because my my 5 in this box is up here, and so that is over there. So that ruins 5 for the column. So if this is a 4, this is a 5 immediately. Oh, and so now this cell has to be a 4 and a 5? Because now I need this to be the doubler 5, but where's 4 in this box? And it's nowhere? Weird. Yeah, so if I put 4 here, it removes my ability to put 4 in this box, is the ultimate, I think, the concise way to see it. Because a 4 here puts a 4 here, and now I need to put both a 5 and a 4 here. And I can't put a 4 there anyway, because we already established that this can't be a 4 even before that. So yeah, so this being a doubler 4 does bad things. Right. It's because the 4 in this column is in one of these two cells. And so anyway, once you accept that, I don't love any of the arguments, but I'm convinced the arguments are true. And I don't think the 4 one is that, it's not that complicated to see. It's just a weird combination of stuff to look for. So that's the 4. This is not the 4. So that's a 2, 5. So that's a 3, 6. So now, no 2 in row 4, column 4. Isn't that the reverse of the negative constraint? Or are you thinking about it from some other direction, Codec? Because this is an 8, and it wouldn't have the same thing as a 2. If this were a doubled 2, that would work. I'm not sure. You might see something different than what I see. But this would be a magenta dot if it were the 2 that were doubled next to a 4. But you might be seeing it a different way than I am looking at it. Let's see. So what do we need up here? Well, we need a 5 in this column. Because the 5 is doubled, so that's not going to be a 5. It's going to be a 2 or a 4. So now one of these two is a 5, but I don't know what that's going to do for me. No problem, Codec. I was just double checking. Let's see, if this is a 5, it breaks. Because of something to do with the 2s and the 4s, probably. So if this is a... Yeah, so wherever the 5 goes, I put a 4 on the other side. And then I need to put a 2 in the middle or something. So 5 and a 4 would put a 2 here. Oh, which is next to the 1. Oh, wow. Okay, that's subtle. It's the double 1. Wow. Okay. So, yep. Got it. Okay, yeah. So if this is a 5, that's a 4, and now there's a 2 next to a double 1. So that's not the 5. That's the 5. So this is a 2 and a 4. That's a 5. So now I still... Oh, no, I don't still need to put a 2. I need to put a 2 there just by sudoku. That's a 3 and a 5. So this cell... so that 5, this is a 5 and a 2, and that's a 5 and a 4 and a 2. That 5 is next to a 6 and a 3 and a 3 and a 6 and a 3. And these are a 4 and a 6, like that. Very nice. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it, is think about the 5 and the 2 in this box having to go next to each other in the same row. Nice puzzle. I think we got time for one more, so I'll be right back with another puzzle. We've got some quadruples now. So quadruples, killers, and irregular. So the digits in the circles have to appear in the surrounding digits. And we have the sum of these. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. We've probably got some irregular geometry going on. So, for example, these two cells are definitely equal to these two cells. Oh, 8 is always 3, 5. Let's do it that way first. That's not true. It could be 2, 6. Never mind. It could be 2, 6, despite my best efforts to the contrary. Let's see. Yeah, sadly, 2 and 6 also add to 8. It's a problem. So I know there's no 6 in these cells. I probably need to, like, do the right, like, highlighting a bunch of things, and then deleting stuff. Like, this is probably, like, a pseudo set puzzle. I'm gonna guess. Let's see. I mean, these two go there. Yeah, I think I need to, like, highlight the right stuff here to make this useful. Like, maybe, like, this... I mean, highlighting the center 4 doesn't seem like a good idea. But let's try it and see if it does anything. So... No, I don't think it does. There's 2 sets of the digits, 1 through 6, but I've completely destroyed... I mean, I know that's not 6, so I know there's a 6 from this... No, okay. Oh, but I don't know that's not 6, do I? So the thing I'm looking at is I know this isn't 6 because of that 6 down there. So I know that one of these is 6. And my question is, do I know that, do I know something else that would be relevant that would place the other 6? And I don't think I quite do, because I don't think I know that this isn't 6. Now, we could strip out these. This was one suggestion from chat. And say that now the blue cells and the yellow cells are the same. But I don't think that's going to be super useful. Okay, so let's go back. Remove the boxes. So I think we get a potentially useful equivalence that is not as obvious from these, which is that these two are these two, so I can highlight that. So those 2 yellow cells are these 2 yellow cells. Because I need all the digits in there. And then these 2 cells are these 2 cells. And now these 2 cells are these 2 cells. There we go. Okay, this is looking more humanable. Let's see. Now... presumably I want to do the same thing the other direction, maybe, or something like that. So the point is, here's the point. 4 is yellow or green, so 4 is not in the 5 cage. So this 5 cage is a 2-3 cage. So that at least tells us something. Now, where that 2-3 cage is going to go, I don't quite see. I haven't yet decided if I'm... let's see. So I can go ahead and I can... Oh, okay. I can color these. Never mind. I was being silly. Because now purple in this region goes here. So this is yellow in this region. So all of these are 2, 3. So let's see. So is there more that we could do to continue this without inventing a new coloring? The 8 cage always contains a 2 or a 3. That's a good point from Carl. So because the 2 3s are gone, that's always a 2 or a 3. I'd really rather not repeat the trick if I can avoid doing that. And have 2 layers of colors on top of each other. I mean, I'm not saying that's not the sort of thing I would do. It's absolutely the sort of thing I would do, but it's not the sort of thing I would do in the, like, wrapping up stream 6x6 challenge. So this is a yellow-green pair. I guess I don't know if that's green or whatnot. I know there's no 6 in there. The colors don't need to overlap. So we're being told to color that is the same as that. But blue, we have to remember, is not the same as any of the... Blue is not in the same set as yellow, purple, and green. But this is the sort of the equivalent version of all of this. And so now the point is blue in column 1. Blue in this column now has to go down here. I don't see how they're not going to overlap. Blue is over here. So, I mean, it's not that I don't believe that we can do 3 colors on top of a different 3 colors. It's just gross to color 3 colors on a separate set of 3 colors. But green isn't the same as green. I don't know if something is green or blue. I do now know that blue is disjoint from purple, just because of where blue went down here. So blue down here tells me that one blue is yellow and one blue is green. So I guess the next thing to color is the 8 cage. So the 8 cage can be orange. It's a little gross. Those colors don't go together well. But those are now orange. Let's see. And so now where does orange go in this row? Now orange goes here. Orange and blue are the ones that go together. So this is the last color. So orange and blue are separate. So this will be, what color have I not used? Red. And so now this is orange and blue, so that's red. This is orange and blue, so that's red. And so orange has no 6. So orange having no 6 tells me what's going on up here. And so it tells me that we get a 3 here. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. So we've got a 5 here. I really try and minimize the amount of simultaneous orthogonal coloring I do in puzzles, which is what's going on in this puzzle. But I think you just had to do it in this puzzle. So that I mean, I understand that you can color separate halves of the grid in different sets of 3 colors, but you're still doing orthogonal coloring even if you're not overlapping them. So this 6 doesn't have a 5 in it. I mean, I'm no stranger to simultaneously coloring grids in a bunch of different colors on top of each other. I feel this is a thing that I have been known for in the past. 2, right. 2 I know isn't green because green is one of the colors that goes with purple, right? Green goes with purple. And so because green goes with purple, there's no 2 here. So that's a 4 and a 2 and a 3 and a 2. So one of the greens is 4. So neither of the yellows are 4. So now, let's see, I now probably should think about where 3 goes in this column. Yellow is not 3 because yellow, green, and purple were the colors I started with. So the 3 in this column is now placed here. The other orange is 5. One of the reds is 2, and it's not that one, so it's that one. Why couldn't row 3, column 3 be a 5? Wait, when? Oh, did I screw this up? Sorry, people do not believe this, that I did this right. Oh yeah, they're probably right. Yeah. I can't actually conclude this. Sorry. I was convinced when I put the 5 in orange that I knew something about this not being a 5, but I don't know about this being a 5-1 cage because that could be a 5 still. Because again, the orange, I'm just not doing a super good job of keeping track of the 2 colorings at once. So, yeah, the oranges are all 3-5. That's true. I can fill that in. So that's still going to make that a 2 and a 3. We do know the orange cage doesn't have a 3. There's a 3 in both sides of it. That's true. The 6 cage does not have a 3. It's looked at by a Jovi wing of 3s. How many different proofs would we like that the 6 cage doesn't have a 3? 3 plus 3 would put 2 3s in the same row. There's a Jovi wing in this direction too. I feel like the fact that the 6 cage doesn't have a 3 in it is like the most proven fact in all of Sudoku history at this point. Let's see. So the 2's in one of these. See, I probably am supposed to look at the 1, because the 1 now is in red or blue. And if the 1 is in red or blue... Oh, maybe that doesn't tell me anything. I probably need to... I mean, Isabella's telling me I don't need to try and extend the coloring from here, but I don't see how I'm going to use the 1 if I don't extend the coloring. So what I can do is I can write out that this can't be a 2, so it could go 4-2 in that direction, or it could be 1, and it can't be a 5 over here, or it could be 1-5 in that direction. I know that much. So the 2 I know is in one of these 2 cells. I don't think I know anything about red and blue with regards to 2 that I'm aware of. The quadruple. Oh, so now the point is this now has to be 1, 2, 6. Oh, that's gorgeous. Okay. Because I need a 2 in here along with a 1 and a 6. And so this is now a 1, 2, 6 triple, is Isabella's point. And so that 1, 6 goes there. Oh, Jay actually tells me the the sort of, I should be looking at the double coloring, according to Jay, because if I actually do look at the double coloring, this is both blues. They see both purples. So purple and blue have no overlap. So this is not a 2, and this is a 2. So we've got that. And now all my blues are 1, 6. And so because of that, my red is 2 and 4 here, and that is 3 and 2. People were completely right, though. We did not prove this correctly, that this was not 1, 5. But it turned out we were lucky. It was not 1, 5. 5 and 3. That's a 4. Let's see. Now we've got a 2 in this row that we still need, and a 4 in this row, and that's a 4. We need a 4 on this 4, 6, but yellow is evidently not 4. So that's a 4. So now we need a 6 on this, and 6 can't go in the column with a 1, 6. So that's a 1 and a 6. This should be known. Should be a 5. These should be a 1, 6. They have to go like that. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 goes there. 6 and 1. So that's a 5. That is a 6. That's a 1 and a 6. And so I need a 1 in here and no, not a 6. A 4. There we go. We made it! About halfway through that puzzle, I was afraid we were not going to make it, but we made it! We survived. I feel like I would actually prefer a 9x9 version of this, which was about coloring it in 2 different colors, or in 2 different orthogonal colorings and using it. I think the idea here is complicated enough that I feel it expands beyond the sort of the 6x6. But the idea is very cool. And the way the geometry is used is very cool. And maybe you couldn't make the geometry work in 9x9. It's possible the geometry is unique to 6x6. But the whole thing going on here is very neat. But is more complicated than I originally set my threshold for how complicated I was willing to look for. Because I was originally not thinking that I could possibly be intended to do this sort of like color in 2 sets of different colors and then sort of sort it out. I've seen that happen. The sort of like do orthogonal colors a lot happens a lot with like I'm simultaneously coloring high and low and add to 10 or something like that. Yeah, in an 8x8, you could actually require 3 separate sets so that everything would have a thing. That would be like the Woofer puzzle, because I think Woofer and Jacobs had a puzzle where you needed to color in 3 different layers so that you could describe a binary identity to each digit, and then finally at the end figure out, oh, orange, black, purple is 7, and fill them all in. I was just reminded of that because Sven was talking about adding more colors, and Woofer posted a copy of my solved grid with the coloring disaster on it into Twitter, which was lovely. I will always remember that little coloring adventure that we got to go on together. Alrighty. That's going to be all for today's stream, though. Please remember to like the stream. If you have not done so yet, I would greatly appreciate that. Also, thank you very much to David for a very generous donation earlier in honor of our upcoming 100th anniversary. Much, much appreciated. All of your donations are greatly appreciated. They help keep the stream going. If you're considering ways you could support the stream, if you want to figure out a way to donate, there's a few different ways to do it. You can do a direct donation through a super chat. That works well. Or you can join the stream, and if you join, you just click the join button down below. You get a green screen name, like a bunch of people in chat are showing off, and you get access to some fancy Zach emotes. Zach likes to see the Zach emotes. He's a bit of a prima donna. Don't tell him I said that. So you get all of that, as well as access to the Patreon exclusive Discord. You can vote on puzzles if you donate at the appropriate level. So we greatly appreciate that. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for all of your support. And I will see you all soon. Friday is a normal stream. And then Sunday is the Tall Cat 100th Stream Spectacular. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all very soon. Have a great day, whatever time of day and whatever day of the week it is where you are, and I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Thanks also, I should also thank the super supporters, so the people who support at the top level, which are David, who I already thanked for the generous donation, but thank you again, David, Michael, Nordy, Franco, and Woofer. Thank you so much. See you all soon. And thanks from Zach as well. He appreciates it. It keeps him eating fish. Bye-bye.